Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggRid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
Hello, and welcome to React Advanced Behind the Scenes. My name's Nathaniel, and I'm going to be your virtual guide. Well, virtual guide, I'm here in person, but I am going to be your guide, talking about your experience. You're over there virtually, but I'm going to be talking about the experience for the people who are here in person. I'm sitting on the main stage where we have had an amazing lineup of talks this morning so far, and we have so much more to come. But there are so many other ways to get involved in React Advanced, so let's go and check them out. So we've had amazing talks on the stage. Let me know what your favorite talk is. Head over in the Discord to the hashtag community channel and tell me what you enjoyed. Now we're gonna go backstage a little bit, go behind the scenes. Hopefully no one in security is gonna stop me, but I'm gonna talk a little bit and tell you what to expect. And then we're actually gonna go to where all of the attendees are hanging out now. So it's lunchtime, the attendees are having food. I haven't eaten yet. I'm a bit hungry, but I can smell it, and it smells absolutely delicious. So we're going to go on the exhibition floor. We're going to see some of the sponsors. We're going to hopefully see some of the prizes they have. And we're going to point out some things that are happening here and tell you a little bit about how you can get involved at home. I'm excited. I hope you are too. Okay, let us head in. So this right here is the main hall where folks can come and hang out during lunchtime. People are having food, people are getting caffeinated with lots of coffees. So much things are happening. We've got a couple of different sponsors everywhere. And let's go and see if we can find any friendly faces. We've got Contentful, we've got Content AI, we've got Storyblock, we've got Sentry, so many different things. Now, the thing that I love about being at a conference as well is the networking. And lots of people are here are all networking, making friends, making connections. Maybe those connections will lead to their next job. You never know. All sharing information, learning about React. It's really cool as well because you have lots of different sponsors, and some of these sponsors even have prizes that folks can win. I'm sorry, but I'm going to see who I need to bribe so that I can win this big Lego set over at Ably. Hey folks at Ably, how are you doing?
Yeah. Doing well.
Well, Ably is one of the sponsors. Do you want to tell the folks who are at home, I'm just taking them around the venue, letting them know what they're missing out on, giving them FOMO, but tell us a little bit about what Ably does.
So Ably is a platform for real-time. We've enabled developers to build real-time experience directly for the front end. We've got SDKs, APIs, and a globally distributed platform for essentially enabling that experience.
That's awesome. And how can people win this wonderful Lego prize?
So we've got a game built on Ably that is actually built by Tom.
Oh, yeah. Tom built it. That's amazing. All right, Tom, do you want to tell us a little bit about the game? Let's stand in front of it.
Go on, let's get a picture. There you go. So basically the game is rock, paper, scissors, where everyone appears in this field as either a hand of paper, rock, or scissors. And you want to try and collide with other players who are the thing you would beat in rock, paper, scissors. And basically whenever we hit start game, you have 1 minute to try and take out as many other players as you can, with your hand changing randomly every 5 seconds.
Okay, so if I'm right, people can join this because Ably brings different people real time over different devices. So people could really join from home and join in on a game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so what's the URL? The URL is
arcade.ably.dev.
That's arcade.ably.dev. And if you go to that website, maybe at some point you can join in one of the games, and maybe even from home you could win the Lego prize. I've made everything more complicated with giving the prize to the winner, haven't I? But have a great day. See ya. Well, there are so many things, and there are different ways you can get involved with the sponsors. The sponsors have amazing prizes, they have amazing gifts, they have amazing perks for you to check out. Let's head over through the crowd and go and see some other things. Now, you may know that there is 2 tracks. We started Piccard track, which is the main room. Over here, we actually have another track. This is the Van Dover track. So we have 2 sets of amazing talks. I know so much content, it's hard to keep up, right? Well, the good thing is you can actually catch the talks afterwards. If you have a Git Nation multipass, you can rewatch videos as well. All right, let's head back over and go check something out. Now, remember I said there is lots of opportunities for networking. I can see people getting their laptops out and talking to each other, but maybe you are looking for your next gig. Well, I'm just going to pause over here. We actually have an in-person job board where people can look out different jobs that they want to join. There is also a job board online, so if you go on the website and go to /jobs, you should be able to see posts from different sponsors, from different partners about jobs in React that you might want to check out. You might want to get your next gig from here. Maybe it's something that you are looking to move move, or maybe you just want to see what's out there on the market for yourself. All right, let's head on. I've got a couple more things to show you. The next thing I want to show you is something that I think is going to be really, really useful for you folks at home. You have amazing speakers, but sometimes you want to ask a question. Well, the great thing about this is we have the speakers Q&A space. Here I'm at the space where the speakers from the Q&A for the Piccard track are, and over here you can actually ask questions online, and the speakers will come, they will grab their own little microphone, and they will talk to you about what whatever questions you have answered. So if you have questions and maybe they weren't answered in the Slido, head over into the Discord and you can go into the channel. I think it's name Q&A, name of the track, and then you can go and find questions. And you can go and ask questions, and then the speakers will answer them after the event. All right, we're nearly done with this tour. I have one more thing that I really, really want to show you. Not the amazing food. Oh, it looks so delicious. I'm going to grab some food later. But one thing that I do want to show you, and slide through this crowd one more time, is the photo booth. Now, wherever you are at home, I would love you to share your pictures, share the pictures of your home setup. Do you have the big multi-screen setup? Maybe you've got a really cool thing. Definitely go and grab those pictures and take them, and you can share them online at the Twitter handle, hashtag ReactAdvance. We got folks taking a picture right now. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Can I jump in on a picture with you folks next? All right. Let's just do another one. All right, let's just pose. Let's just pose for a picture. 3, 2, 1. Nice. All right, say hi to the people at home. These are the people watching. So, unfortunately, you have FOMO back at home and you weren't able to be here in person. Maybe next year you can come. But we still want you to be involved virtually. Show us your pictures. Use the hashtag ReactAdvance. Maybe you can tag me at ChatterboxCoder if I'm on your screen at the point in time. And hopefully you enjoy your conference virtually as we are enjoying it in person. But remember, you are still a part of the ReactAdvance community. We can't wait to see you. I'm going to be around on day 2 as well online, just like yourselves. And hopefully I'll see you in the Discords. Have a great conference. Hello.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at
Hello, hello, hello. So everyone here in the audience, we're going to start the live stream in a few minutes. And for the people joining in remotely, I'm going to do the opening again. So you're not crazy, we're not doing things double, everything is fine. Just ignore what I'm doing and try to keep it a little bit silent to keep the stream understandable. Thanks a lot. Yeah? All right. Well, thanks everyone joining in remotely. We are here in London, but we're happy that you're there in Amsterdam, Tokyo, Sydney, San Francisco, Austin, Schiermonnikoog, I don't know where you are. Thanks a lot for joining us remotely. We are going to have a fun day today, and we will be diving deep into the newest, the greatest, the latest, the greatest in React world. For those of you who don't know me, I am Metin Brzezinski. I am joining from the Netherlands here in London, and I work as a developer experience engineer at Miro, where I build tools for everyone to get their data on Miro boards or manipulate the data, anything you want. And please check it out, because that keeps me employed, and I like being employed. With me should be Amber, but we lost her. So Amber, please come join me. I'm scared alone. Here's a nice map of the people that have registered to join. You see there's a big boom in Europe, of course, because it's in our time zone, but we also have a lot of people from America joining, and that's also why we're doing the stream async, so that the people that have just woken up in America can join us here today. So thanks a lot for joining. It's great having you. Now, we want to see a lot of posts on Twitter today about this conference. So I would love to see some photos online of how you're watching, where are you watching from your home office, or are you just in the living room watching on your television, or maybe you have a smart car and you're watching on the screen there. I don't know, and I want to see some photos. So please send some photos using the hashtag ReactAdvanced, and yeah, we will be looking out for those tweets. Will be fun to see. So everyone that bought tickets today probably thought we had a great lineup, and we have this amazing program committee to thank for that, because they went over all the proposals for the people that wanted to give a talk here and made this great program that you have. So if you see any of the program committee members walking around, for the people here in the audience, be sure to give them a thanks, so a nice pat on the shoulder. So thanks Konstantinos, Vandana, Lens, Safarana, Paolo, and Obina. Thanks a lot. And of course, I want to thank our wonderful sponsors. Without them, we would not be able to organize this great event. So thanks a lot, SourceGraph, AG Grid, Content, Contentful, Storyblock, Sentry, Ably, and Focus Reactive. Thanks a lot. And of course, I also want to thank our silver sponsors, Stream, Locify, Casually, Callstack, Gluestack, Bloomberg, and Auth-O by Okta. Thanks a lot for helping us out. So if you're here and you see any new interesting technologies that you're interested in working with, but you're not really sure how to do that at your current position, we have some job openings available for you. So most of our sponsors are hiring, and you can check their offers at reactadvanced.com/jobs. Also, our sponsors have some really nice perks for you. So there's some discount codes that you can get for their products to try it out for free, or even some amazing prices that they will ship to you wherever you are. So check it out at reactadvanced.com/perks. Next up, I want to thank all of our media partners for spreading the word online for this event. Yeah, a lot of you may be here or watching remotely because you saw them talking about this event. So thanks a lot for spreading the word. If there's anything that I say and it went too fast or you forget, then you can check it out, of course, on the website, reactadvanced.com. And if you logged in, then this is what you will see. You will see a switcher for the two tracks, the Piccard track and the Vendover track. Then links to all the places where you can socialize, so the spatial chat and Discord. And below the player, there is a timeline that's interactive, so it adjusts for your time zone. The times you see are for you, no matter where you are. And you can just click on the talk that you want to see, assuming that that is not in the future, because, well, it's not recorded yet, so you can't watch it. And if you want to join a speaker after the talk for a little one-on-one talk about their topic, you can click their speaker room in the speaker room line in the timetable. And there's also discussion rooms. I messed up. Yeah, this is the speaker room line. Well, there's discussion rooms and speaker rooms. It speaks for itself. You're developers, you're probably smart, so just click the right thing in the timeline and you will be magically transported to the correct position. There's discussion rooms going on about React server components and engineering leadership today, so find the time for you in the timeline below the video player. So if you haven't yet, be sure to join our Discord server where you can talk with the other attendees that are joining remotely, or here in person they can join also. And be sure to join at least the community channel, the Q&A Piccard track, and the Q&A Vandover track to ask your questions. Now, we want everyone to have a good time, also online, and feel safe. So we have a code of conduct that we are strongly enforcing. You can read it at gitnation.com/COC. Please go read it if you haven't yet. And if at any time you feel like there's been a violation, you can just send an email to coc@gitnation.org, and we will be taking care of it right away. We will not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels. We want to improve our events always. So that's why we have a feedback form online at reactadvanced.com/feedback, where we ask you any positive or negative feedback you have. Both are greatly appreciated. So be sure to take a moment today to go to the feedback form at reactadvanced.com/feedback. Now, if you want to ask any question to one of the speakers, that's happening on Slido. That's sli.do, and you can log in there with the code 2010. That's 2010. And yeah, there you can ask the questions or upvote questions that the other audience members have asked, and me or one of the other MCs will be asking your questions. So you can go there or use this QR code, of course. All right. That's it for the introductions of today, so we can get started with the remote audience also. I wanted to say, give me a great applause, but I will never hear you. So maybe you can go into the community channel on Discord and give a nice round of applause for our next speaker who's coming up, which is Jack Herrington, also known as the Blue Collar Coder. I pronounced that right, Collar Coder. The blue collar. He's wearing a blue shirt. Now, I'm really excited to see Jack's talk because Jack and I are going to be hosting another event in three and a half weeks in New York together. And this is going to be like our little get to know each other moment, get to feel our interaction together. So I'm really excited to see what is going to happen there. Yeah, everyone, please give it up for the blue collar coder, Jack Herrington.
Thanks, sir. All right, cool. All right, yeah, I'm Jack Herrington. I am not just a full-stack engineer like a lot of you, I'm sure. I'm also a YouTuber, so I have this YouTube channel called The Blue Collar Coder, and on there I cover a bunch of different topics. So a lot of React, obviously, and I talk a lot about state management, so I cover in-depth details on that, and I talk a lot about the app router, because Next.js, and it's very popular, and it's the new router. And I got a lot of feedback because I cover both these things. They're like, hey, how do I use my Redux store in the app router? I'm like, oh, that's an interesting question. So I did a bunch of coding to see myself how I would do that. And I knew at the time, I was like, oh, this seems to work. It definitely does work, but maybe this is not the right way. So I put out a video. Boom. And it actually did pretty good. People seem to like it on the comments side. In fact, when I took it down, because there are some anti-patterns in it, they're like, where'd it go? But I got some feedback from the React team and from the Next.js team, like, there's some things you shouldn't do in there. So what I'm here to do today is to give you all of the experience that I learned from that. I went back and did a lot more coding, got a lot more feedback, and what I'm hoping to present today to you are some basic pragmatic rules around how to use a state manager properly and safely, and maybe if you should or shouldn't in the app router. And interesting, let's go back to the beginning on this. So common thought around React has been, I mean, it's only been around for 10 years, but like for most of that, or a lot of that, we've had the class components and this.state and this.set state, and that wasn't great, right, from a state management point of view, so that's why we brought in things like Redux, MobX, to make it a better experience. But now, you have to think differently about it, because we've got better state management built right into React. We've got use state, use reducer, use ref to store state. You've got use callback, use memo, use effect to listen for changes in the states. And that is basically a reactive state management system built right into the core of React. So maybe we don't need a state manager. And then on top of that, we've got Next.js. And the app writer has the route state. You got the parameterized routes. You got the params. You got search param state. If you looked at Lee Robinson, he did a fantastic video recently on how to use search param state to hold state and manage state in a Next.js application. You got form state. You've got server actions. You got revalidation. You can do things like HTMX and have server-side driven development. So end result is rule number 0, you might not need a state manager. So think about it that way first. When you think about your new project or migrating, you know, maybe a state manager is not going to be part of that. And I know it's weird. You come to a talk on state management, and I'm the guy that's telling you maybe you don't need a state manager. But maybe you're like, oh, I'm really sad. I love my state manager. I love how it works. I don't want to do dependency arrays. So, okay, let me give you some safety tips for how to do it safely if you want to use a Redux store still. So rule number 1, no global state. So what do I mean by that? Well, okay, let's think about a global. You got your configure store here. This is React Toolkit. Maybe some of you are familiar with this. If you're going to use, Redux Toolkit. If you're going to use Redux, please use Redux Toolkit. So what is the problem with this? Well, the problem is this, the global. It's just literally a global variable. And in the pages router, this wasn't really a problem. You know, it's a pretty simple thing. You get server-side props, it go off, and do some sort of async stuff. And then eventually, you just do a tree render. And the tree render is synchronous. So, hey, make a store, whatever, it's fine, no big deal. I mean, you can get into some issues where request to request, you might have some request overlap, but no big deal. App writer, though, that's a different deal. So let's say you get request 1. You got a tree render, and as part of the tree render, you got asynchronous components in the tree. So it goes and sets, request 1 sets the store to its request 1. Then it goes off and starts doing some work. I'm blocked. So now the server's like, okay, cool, I'll take another request, and I'll go set that store to the second state for that request. So now I've got data from the second request in memory in the server from the first, that is going to get into the first request really easily, because that's going to go and then access that data, like who's the current user, all that sort of stuff, and it's going to bleed data. So that's not great. So that's why you don't want to use globals. So to put this in a more practical context, let's do a Donuts and Dragoons store. And this is going to be in the app writer, so you'll have a layout at the top that holds the whole page. You'll have a header and then a cart pop-up. You'll have the content of the page. So this is like an e-commerce kind of page. And the ones that we're really interested in are these two components, the cart pop-up and the add to cart pop-up, because those are client components. They're going to mutate state. It's going to be mutable. And that's when we want to use something maybe like a state manager or not. Maybe just use context. If you look at this and you're like, oh, that's so simplistic. All you have is a number. Yeah, that's true. You know, I mean, you probably don't need to use a state manager for this. But let's just say you do. So the old school thinking would be like, okay, so we're going to have our global store, like I talked about before, and we'll just get a Redux provider, point it at the global store, and there you go. So again, it would look like that. You'd have a provider, give it a store that you just created, and then when you want to use it, you give it a use selector or use dispatch, and then you can talk to that store. New school thinking. So how do we fix that? How do we fix having that store in global space like that? Well, what you can do is we can just create a new component, a new client component. We'll call it store provider. We'll just move that store into there. Now, for every single request, we have that store uniquely within that tree of components, and we avoid any kind of potential for cross-request pollution. So where we used to have something like this, Now we're going to go have a function called createStore that does exactly the same thing, but gives you back a store dynamically. So you can create a new one for each request in that client component. So let's go take a look at what that is. Got a store provider, pretty simple. We're going to use a useRef to store the output of that createStore, and then we'll just use the simple old Redux provider to provide that down to our components. If you have some sort of initial state, you can start off with that useRef being null, go to check to see if it's null, create the store if it's null, and then initialize the store by using a dispatch. And the nice thing about that is that if you have state in here in the store provider, disassociated states, it's also doing other things, I don't know, something else, like showing like the menu or whatever, then you can run this a bunch of times, and it'll only ever do this on initial startup. To use it, we just use useSelector, just like we did before. Same thing. So from there on down, it's like just using Redux. Trick comes, though, when you get per route state, because something specific about this. So let's say we have this is our store, right? We've got 2 new components in there. We also want to drive the reviews. So you got like average reviews, you got some reviews up there, and we want our store to drive all that. So we're going to have both sets of data. We're going to have cart data that needs to be at the top of the tree, and we've got reviews data that kind of is nestled within the detail page, but it's still within that global store because we only have a singleton for that. So when we go from page to page to page, you can see that the only thing that actually changes is the detail page. That's really nice from a development perspective, from a customer perspective. Obviously, things aren't changing, not getting any flicker on the screen. The content is only changing. But it does mean that that section is changing and that one is not getting updated. So you have a problem. So the fix for that is to see the initialization phase of every one of the components and realize that that reviews component is getting reloaded, recreated every time you switch from route to route to route. So we can do a much more convoluted, but still pretty easy to understand initialization. So you get the store, you figure out whether you're initialized or not, you use a useRef for that, and then you dispatch the reviews, in this case, the initial reviews that you got from the RSC that contains that. And then you go back and you get the reviews. It does seem like a lot of work, certainly a lot more work than we did with the cart. So what can we do to improve that? So one idea is to use a different state manager altogether, a state manager called Zustand. Anybody familiar with Zustand? Woo! Okay, awesome. I wish they'd picked a different name, because I'm not German, but okay. It's really easy to use. So you basically create a hook using create, like this, pretty simple. You give it any kind of state you want. I mean, obviously, you've got a count here and an incrementer, the classic model of a state manager. And how easy is that? You can see why Zustand is really well loved. So how does this change the game if we use Zustand? Well, so we got our reviews, we got our average reviews, we're going to go connect to those parts of the page, and to drive those, because those are in different parts of the tree, maybe we want to have a global state manager. Normally, we would just do something like this. We create user views, just like we did before, globally, but we don't want to do that, right? Because we know rule number 1, no globals. So what can we do with that? Well, we can go do basically the same thing. We can go hoist that hook into a provider. So now you're going to have a context, which is going to have the hook that you use. So you get the context, that in turn gives you that hook, and then you can use the hook to get data. So what you might have had before, again, you got a problem here. You got this use reviews that's global. We instead go and use a create reviews hook, just like we did before. And let's go take a look at how that gets used. The only gotcha here is that we don't have a Redux provider like we did before. So basically, you have to recreate Redux provider. Thankfully, it's really small. So at the top, you'd have your context. Basically say, hey, cool. The context contains the output of create reviews hook, which is going to be user reviews. We're going to have a custom hook that'll get us the hook. So it's a hook that gives back a hook. A little weird, but OK. And then finally, we're going to have the provider. Again, it's a client component, and because it uses, obviously, hooks. And in this case, we're going to use useState. to hold the data. You can use useRef, you can use useState. I've seen it both ways. I don't really have a dog in that fight, so no problem. And then you give that store to our newly created provider, and we pass it down. Now, to initialize it, we have our RSC. So this is a route RSC. It's going to take an ID. It's going to go make some request to a microservice. And then it's going to use that reviews provider that we just created to send those reviews down to the hooks and then the components. Now, one thing that's really important here is notice how I'm using product.reviews as opposed to product. And this is more just in general in terms of how to use the app router. Really important to look at the output of the server on every single route to see what's actually getting through, because everything you send to a client component in terms of a prop is going to get serialized into JS and sent down the wire. So if you go and send all a product but you don't actually need it, you're sending a lot more data than you need to. So be very, very selective about the data that you send down to the client. Then to use it, we just get the reviews hook, and then we use the reviews hook. Pretty easy. And if you want to, you just kind of do a double call like that. You get the reviews hook back, and then you use the reviews hook. Now, one thing about this, I will say, and I should always say about Zustand hooks, is always make sure to, and don't you do it here, Zustand will take a selector as the first argument. So you get given the state, and then you return just the piece that you need. This is really important for efficiency's sake. If you're not going to use context, if you're going to use a state manager, please use it correctly. I need all of it here, so that's why I'm just doing that. But if I only need reviews, I could just give it a function that would just return the reviews, and that would make it more efficient when I need to get updated. I just look for reviews. So how does this actually solve that problem that we saw with the Redux version? So with the Zustand version, we can have multiple stores. It makes it so much easier. We can have the cart store provided by the cart hook provider that feeds the cart pop-up and add to cart. Easy peasy. And then we've got the review hook provider that feeds just the reviews. And you can basically co-locate them as close as you can to the component that needs them. So as you navigate from page to page to page, right, the detail page gets updated each time as we go around. So, and that's just in that section. So that means that this reviews hook provider is automatically getting completely restructured and completely rebuilt every single time, which means that we don't have any of that crazy initialization code. We just give it the reviews. Easy peasy. So that's the easiest thing that I have found in terms of creating the store within your component tree and then passing around that data. So rule number 2. And this is the one that really got me in trouble with the Versal team, was RSCs don't show data. In fact, we, during the presentation this morning, one of the other presenters made this point: don't show mutable data, basically, within your RSCs. So what does that mean, practically speaking? So let's go back to our Redux example again, because Zustand, it's not what everybody uses. So we got that cart store up there. And we got our RSCs. In this case, the RSCs are just shown with a single line. The cart pop-up and all the client stuff is very large. So the one RSC is a details page, and it wants to go and get the cart store. Hey, I need to know how many things are in the cart. Here's the crazy thing. The cart store is in context, so you can't do it. You can't get there from here. And that's one of the great things. If you follow the first rule, the second rule essentially just naturally follows through. You can't actually access the global store because the global store is in context. So easy. And you're like, oh, okay, I can get around this. That seems like a limitation I can get around. I can go and just prop drill it. Sure, I'll just create it and prop drill it around. But you can't, because the store is created up in the layout component, and then it's actually consumed in the route component, so you'd have to prop drill all the way through, and that's not going to work. So nice connection between rule 1 and rule 2. Rule 2 just essentially is enforced by that first rule. So you get that architecture right, and it works just right away. And then rule number 3, pretty easy, and it follows along again: separate mutable and immutable data. So you've got your layout, you got your RSCs. Your RSCs are showing immutable data, like the picture, the image of the dragon in this case, and the title, price, description, related products. That's immutable data. That's not going to change on a per request basis. Doesn't matter who you are. It's going to be the same number. And then we got the client components that are showing the mutatable data, the things that can actually change. So that's just pretty much common sense, but it's good to talk about. Now, in order to figure all this stuff out, I actually did create a test bed where I would go through and see what can I do with a Next.js that could, with an app that could screw this whole thing up. So here are the things that I checked. So, and I think when you implement a state manager in your own app, this is what I think you should check as well. Check the SSR output. Make sure that the SSR output actually shows what's in the store, because if you haven't initialized it properly, that's probably one of the biggest places you're going to find as where it's missing. It's going to be missing on SSR, but it is going to be available on the client, and you're going to get an issue of hydration. Check route changes. As you go from route to route to route, you're in a spa, basically. So if you don't initialize it correctly, you're going to see issues there. So that's another thing you want to check. And finally, as mentioned by a few folks, the app router has a ton of caches. So we have, well, 4. And you want to make sure that you check the mutation and the revalidation so that you're getting the right data into your store. And you're like, man, this is so easy before. So how do I actually, how do I decide like which one I'm going to use here? So in terms of the underlying technologies, so I would say, first off, you obviously are going to use React and Next.js, and I would use the heck out of the basic core mechanics of React. Use state, use reducer, use effect. Get to know these. These are good. Once you get to understand the dependency mechanism, it actually makes it really easy to build a piece of state that's actually pretty easy to work with. And then on top of that, make sure to use the Next.js stuff that's built in. Again, route params, form state, all that. If that doesn't work, if you still have data that you need to move around, put in different parts of the tree, just use basic off-the-shelf React context. And for that, I would say only use that for more low-velocity data. Like example would be like the user, who the current user is, the theme, things like that. The things that are not going to change that often, unless you have somebody pathologically just logging in, logging out. Kind of crazy. And on top of that, maybe you can get by with like a query library, a React Query or SWR, right? And still you haven't brought in a state manager, but you're building a functional app that has everything in it. So this is kind of, as you get new features, keep on layering on new things as you need them, but don't just bring them in because you like them. I mean, I like React Query, but you don't necessarily need it unless you need it. And then finally, there is the option of bringing in a singleton store, although, I mean, as I showed, there are some issues with initializing a singleton store properly. So maybe multiple stores. Maybe use instead multiple stores like Zustand or other lightweight state managers like Jotai, for example. And if you want to learn how to do all that, I have a new site that I'm working on called Pro Next.js that has an entire tutorial. It's free, 100% free. You can go there right now, pronextjs.dev, and take this tutorial. It'll teach you all about how to do this with basic React context, Redux, Zustand, and my new favorite state manager, Jotai, which is more of an atomic state manager, kind of in the recoil model. And then, of course, hey, I'm always up for a subscribe if you want to go to youtube.com/Jaher. All right, there you go.
All right. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot. Good job. Good job.
Okay.
Would you join me in my lair?
Okay. Oh, my dog. Aw, that's Mimi. I got to put my new dog up there, Murph. Like, unfortunately, Mimi's no longer with us.
Unfortunately, people need to be able to see the questions that our audience asked. So okay. Any questions, you can still pop them into Slido and upvote the questions that you'd like to see me ask Jack first.
This might be embarrassing.
Do you need some help? If you hold my mic, then I can read it.
There you go. Okay.
So, does sharing state via these providers force all children to be client components, even those that would otherwise have been server components?
Yes, essentially, right? If you're going to have any kind of state that's shared through context, it has to be available. It has to be a client component. So anything that's going to be mutable, yeah, make sure that it's a client component.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. I think there's this perception out there that client components don't SSR. They don't, and which is crazy. They totally do. In fact, actually, when you think about it, just a pages router is essentially just all client components. And so we're basically
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
right. While Jack is grabbing his stuff, I want to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors, Sentry. From error tracking to performance monitoring, front-end to back-end, Sentry is essential for moving application code quality. Loved by nearly 4 million developers and 90,000 organizations worldwide. Thanks a lot, Sentry, for helping us out. Next in our program is the discussion room on React Server components. Right there is the discussion room. In that room, it's the discussion room. If you want to participate, you can just go in there and join the discussion. Entrance is free, it's included in your ticket. And if you're joining remotely, just click in the link on the timeline below the video player. Next up, a reminder to ask any questions you have on Discord. And then right now we're going to take a little break so people here in London can switch venues if they want to. So we'll see you back in 8 minutes.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications.
Hello,
and the enterprise
hello.
edition
Small announcement. If you're here because you want to see the panel discussion that was scheduled, we flipped the schedule a little bit because one of the panelists was not here in time, stuck in traffic. So the next up we have understanding idiomatic React, and after that we're going to do the panel discussion. So if you wanted to see both, you can just stay, but if you were here for the panel discussion and super disappointed now, you still can switch tracks. Okay.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone got the memo that we changed the schedule a little bit because one of our panelists of the panel that was supposed to start now had a little mix-up with the timing and is now on his on his way here. So luckily, our next speakers were flexible enough to switch it also. So next up, we're going to have a little talk from 2 of the React core team members, Joe Zavona and Movi Zhang. They are from the React core team, so we're super happy to have them here at a React conference. And they kind of forgot to write the talk about idiomatic React. So instead, they're going to be talking about React for Get. So please give it up.
Thanks. All right, thanks. It's very excited to be here. Those are bright lights. All right. So yeah, I'm Joe. Is this too loud? Feels loud. Okay, all right, good. All right, so I'm Joe. I'm an engineer on the React team at Meta. And in this talk, we'd like to share our vision for client-side React development. Specifically, I'm talking about React Forget. Forget is a compiler that we've built at Meta that automatically memoizes your components and hooks. So if you're hoping for us to be open sourcing Forget today, I am sorry to disappoint you, but we've made a lot of progress, and we're excited to share more about that with you today. So I'm going to be talking about what our vision is, what Forget is, and how it fits into that vision. And then Mofe is going to come up and talk about our progress shipping Forget at Meta. So to understand our vision for React, it helps to look at some code. Here, I'm showing a simplified version of an internal component from Meta. This component takes a heading, a list of videos, and a filter, and then it renders the heading and list of videos that match that filter. You can imagine the real component is more complicated. The filters actually state, et cetera, but it's kind of a simplified version. So personally, I think there's a lot to like about this code. It's a small, clear, concise component. It uses plain JavaScript values, arrays. We use standard JavaScript syntax, if-else for conditionals, a for loop for iteration. Right? We don't need to learn something new. This is just the JavaScript that we already know. Use the platform. So in a lot of ways, this is React at its best. UI as a simple function of data. There's really only one potential problem with this code. If we were to ship this as is, we might see that parts of our app re-render unnecessarily, and that can affect performance, slowing things down. So let's see an example of how that can happen. Imagine that our component re-renders, but only the heading has actually changed. When the component re-renders, it passes that new heading down to the heading component, which updates as we'd expect. But that's not all that happens by default. When our component re-renders, the entire component reruns. This entire function reruns. That means we create a new filtered videos list, and then we pass that to video list, which then also re-renders all the way down the tree. And this will happen all the way down the tree, even though nothing meaningfully changed about the videos. To address this, we can use two React APIs, useMemo and React.memo. So here, I've applied useMemo to the logic for filtering the videos. The array at the bottom here tells React to only recompute filtered videos if the videos or filter values have actually changed. So now, if only the heading changes, we don't recompute the list of filtered videos. Great. But that's not quite enough. Because even though we're passing the same filtered videos down to the video list component, by default, React will still re-render a component even if its props haven't changed. To opt out of that, we wrap the component with React.memo. So now we get the expected performance. With these two changes, now when heading changes, we won't have to update the video list component. Great. And if you judiciously apply React useMemo, use callback, which is for kind of the callback version of useMemo, and then React.memo. If you use them consistently throughout your code base, you can achieve really good performance with React. And a lot of other presenters have talked about that earlier. We found that generally when applications do have a performance problem, it's because of this kind of missing memoization. And it can be fixed by just adding this back. But this memoization has made our original code a lot less concise and clear. We're no longer simply describing what the UI should be showing. We're having to tell React how to process our code. That's kind of losing some of the original idea of React, right, declarative rendering. But now we're having to go into the how. And then our code reviews become about whether we've memoized correctly, whether we memoized too little, too much. We get blog posts arguing that you should memorize everything, blog posts saying that you shouldn't memorize at all, you don't need memoization. And the thing is that both of them are kind of right, because it all depends on the context. This code, the original code here, might be fine in a lot of apps, but for other apps, they might run into a performance problem. But really, with this memoization, our code gets cluttered up with extra logic, We're not just focusing on the core product experience, we're focused on, again, how to achieve it. It makes our code harder to read and harder to change. So in a sense, use memo is a compromise. We sacrifice some of the clean, concise, original logic in exchange for better performance. But why do we need to make this compromise at all? Well, let's go back to the code. The reason we started down this whole path was that we needed to use memo to tell React that the video list doesn't depend upon heading. But we're all developers, we know JavaScript, right? We've already told React that video list doesn't depend upon the heading. In fact, we've used a very well-specified format of instructions that computers already understand to tell React that information. It's called JavaScript, you already know it, right? So why do we have to tell React again? Why do we have to also add in our use memo to tell React, oh, this doesn't depend upon these values? What if React could figure that out automatically? And better yet, what if React could figure this out at build time when you compile your app and you didn't need to pay a runtime cost? Rather than do some fancy dynamic tracking of values at runtime, we could just figure this out ahead of time and avoid the runtime overhead. So that's the goal of React Forget. It's the code name for this compiler that we built at Meta to automatically memoize React hooks and components. This lets developers write code without needing to manually memoize while achieving the same performance as a well-memoized app, and in some cases, even faster. So to make that really concrete, React Forget lets you write the original code I started with no memoization, while getting performance at least as good as the manually memoized version here. So Forget really helps in two ways. It simplifies the developer experience, because developers don't need to think about memoization. And it helps ensure that we're achieving optimal performance by default. So let's take a look. Let's see. Will the swiping actually work? All right. Hey, there it is. OK. Oh, wait, hang on. I forgot. I got to grab the code. Let's grab that code. Where was it? It's here somewhere. All right, I'm going to exit out. Let me grab the code. Got to make sure we get the right code. That looks like the right code. OK, let's grab that. Go over here. So what I'm showing you here is our internal compiler playground. I got some example code in there. I'll swap that out. For anyone who's really curious about Forget, you might want to look at that code, but we'll look at this code. Nope, I messed up. Live demos, gotta love it. All right, there we go. So this is our internal compiler playground. This is meant for us to use when we're developing the compiler. You don't need to understand, this is a tool for us, not for the typical React developer. I'm just showing it here just as a way to demonstrate the compiler. So again, I pasted in the original code we started with, right? And so this is the input. And then this JS panel over here is showing the output from the compiler. So let me zoom in a little bit to make sure y'all can read that. All right. That's probably good enough. All right. OK, let me scroll. Sorry, it's hard for me to see exactly what you can see. All right. Yeah, all right. OK, cool. So now remember, there was no memoization here. But Forget has figured out that it should memoize filtered videos. This block is equivalent to a use memo. So I'll highlight all this section here is all about memoizing filtered videos. So what does it do? So first, it checks to see if videos or filter have changed. Forget figured out the dependencies automatically for this value. And then it takes the code that we wrote and just moves it inside. Right? It's not reformatting our code. It's keeping the same code that we wrote with a for loop and an if statement, and just moving it inside this memoization. We call it a memoization block. And we have source maps to preserve the source locations for this, so that all works. So then, after computing the new value, Forget saves what the inputs were, so we can compare them next time. And then it saves the output, right? It saves the filtered videos. So now imagine that we re-render, and only the heading has changed. Well, we check, have videos and filter changed? No, they haven't. So we go to the else block, and we grab the previously computed value. So the net result is just like use memo, right? It's the same exact behavior, just a slightly more efficient implementation. Instead of having to create a function expression, which allocates memory, not great, we can avoid that and just do a regular if statement. Instead of allocating an array for the dependencies and dynamically iterating them, we're using static JavaScript code, which can be optimized by the JavaScript engine. But Forget is actually memoizing even more. Right? This is more memoization than we thought to do. So you can see a bunch of stuff here. Let me scroll down and pick just one example. So here's the video list. So Forget is actually memoizing the JSX element itself. As long as filtered videos hasn't changed, we don't recreate the element. And what this allows React to do is basically the same thing as a React.memo. So as long as filtered videos doesn't change, we'll put this exact same JSX element into our output, and when React gets to it, it sees, oh, the JSX element at this spot was exactly the same. I can skip re-rendering. Obviously, if there's a state change, it has to re-render, but in general, just like React.memo. And so this is where Forget can memoize even more than a developer would typically think to do so. OK, so let's go back over to the presentation. Pick up here. Presenter view. Those are my notes. All right. All right, and I got to find my place. Where was I? OK. Yeah, OK, that's all the other stuff. All right, OK, so that's kind of looks pretty magical. Forget just figured out what to memoize. How does it actually work? So if you're not familiar with programming language theory or compiler design, this may feel pretty magical, but it's not magic, it's computer science. Forget is a low-level compiler for React. It's really specifically designed for React. And by low level, I'm referring to the fact that Forget builds a detailed, internal representation of your code. It understands the rules of JavaScript, and it understands the rules of React, and it can use those to figure out what parts of your application to memoize. And these optimizations are things that are typically done by traditional compilers for languages like C++ or Rust, in addition to some novel analysis that we came up with. So that kind of, together with understanding the rules of JavaScript and React, we can kind of carve out a safe space for us to apply these optimizations. So by earlier this year, we'd established a solid foundation for the compiler, and we began a series of production experiments. We used Forget on increasingly complex and high-traffic surfaces. To tell you more about that part of the story, I'll hand things over to Mo-Fei Zhang. Nice job.
Hey, everyone. Wow. I'm Mo-Fei Zhang. I'm an engineer on React, and I've been working on Forget since last June. It is so exciting to be here and finally be able to talk about this project. This year, we took the Forget compiler from an ambitious proof of concept to something that is now running on 2 major meta products. That's right, you can now find this project out in the wild. I mean, some folks in the audience may have already used Forget compiled apps. Our work is not quite done, but I'm so proud of how far we've come, and I'd really like to share with you our journey so far. So, about 8 months ago, we felt that Forget was finally complete enough to start shipping at Meta. We had painstakingly walked over every edge case we could find in JavaScript, and there's a lot of them. Our GitHub repo held over 500 tests, and each test checked that we were correctly analyzing and memoizing every permutation of valid React functions we could think of. We had really crafted this compiler with care, iterating on its design with a lot of code samples from complex meta products. And we were finally ready for our next step, understanding how this compiler performs on real apps written by real engineers and on real devices. Does Forget actually do what it set out to do? Make any React app it touches better? Introducing our first collaborator, Quest Store, the app store for Quest VR devices. Quest Store has a large code base written in React Native. Our primary goal was to free its developers from needing to worry about menu memorization. While we were hopeful, we thought our chances of actually improving performance were low. Quest Store engineers had already spent a lot of time profiling and hand optimizing this app with useMemo and useCallback. Needless to say, we also had to move with a lot of caution when integrating Forget here. During rollout, every single test would run twice, once using Forget compiled code, once without Forget in the pipeline at all. We also partnered with QA testers and even data scientists to check that we weren't changing product behavior. This is the product details page on Quest Store. It shows all the details of our product on the store. This page is pretty complex. As you can see, there's 5 or 6 sections that you can scroll or click through. Each section, like gallery or about, has its own complex UI logic. Forget has now been entirely rolled out on this page, meaning that every React component and hook is compiled by the Forget compiler. After enabling compilation, we thought that page interactions felt a bit more responsive. I was skeptical about this. That sounds almost too good to be true. So to understand if Forget actually helped, we used the React profiler to record the re-rendering work following a click on the left nav bar, like clicking from gallery to reviews. So this is the work done by one React render following the click before we turned on Forget. For anyone not already familiar with the React profiler, this entire diagram shows a React component tree with each individual box representing a React component. Green boxes show components that were invoked during this re-render. Gray boxes represent components that were not called. As you can see, many boxes are green here, which means that this particular re-render required a lot of work. But if you remember from earlier, a lot of engineers had already tried to optimize this app. So the gray boxes in those subtrees that you see is what the work that they were able to save React. Now, let's take a look at the Forget compiled version to see if anything changes. As a hint, keep your eyes on the components outlined in red. Okay, ready? So over half of those re-rendered components kind of disappeared. This means that re-rendering now requires much less work when using compiler-optimized React. Awesome, but what was the difference? We compared existing memoization in the code base with Forget's output, and it turns out compilers can do memoization pretty well, often even better than hand-optimized code. So let's take a look at some simplified code from this page to see how. So actually, I'm going to full-size that screen. I think it's flashing, and I'm going to click through a lot of slides. Hopefully that's better. So this is some logic from an extremely stripped-down version of the media preview component on this page. It looks like a lot of code still, so let's walk through it together. Media preview receives a media object, which it renders. If the media object represents a video, we return a video card. We also want videos to autoplay when users hover, so we pass a pointer event callback. And otherwise, if our received prop is not a video, we return an image card. For images, we always show a tooltip on hover. Now, media preview looks pretty small here, but on the real Quest store, this is a really complex component with a lot of props in state. It returns either video card or image card, both of which have many React children. In addition, this page displays many media previews at once in the form of thumbnails. This all means that changing state, like toggling the focus state of this page, could make all of these components re-render and make this page pretty laggy. So let's try to optimize media preview. So I'm sure a lot of people here are React experts, React Advanced and all, and they can immediately tell me, hey, you're creating a new function on every render. We need some use callbacks in there. All right, so let's do it. Create a use callback, which has to be outside the if branch because of rules of hooks and all. Move the video handling code to our callback. Move the image handling code to our callback. Oh, and we need a dependencies array, right? No problem. We see that media, app, and focus, and show tooltips are all used. So let's add them. Take a step back, and that's pretty hard to read, isn't it? If we were to ask a new member of Quest Store to add a feature to media preview, like pausing the video when a user stops hovering, it would be entirely reasonable if they just added a new callback. It would also be entirely normal for me to stamp this change, ship it, right? But there's one problem. This change just broke our carefully memoized component. Re-rendering media preview will now again always cause all of its children to re-render. Oops. Mistakes like these show why it is so difficult to maintain the performance of a carefully optimized app. Just missing a single-use callback may invalidate tens or hundreds of components, just like we saw in the profiler graph before. Reading through the hand optimization done by Quest Store engineers, we saw that many components had many use memo calls, but inevitably, some other props or components were added later without being memoized. Now let's undo all this memoization and look at how forget would transform this function. Forget has a bit of an unfair advantage when compared to humans. It's a program. I mean, specifically a compiler, but all compilers are programs. And programs are really good at being systematic. So forget sees that media previews accesses a couple of values to pass to its children. Media.url is directly accessed, but it doesn't need to be memoized. It's just a value off of a prop. This code creates a function, and it depends on app in focus and media. No problem. As Joe showed previously, forget can memoize this function. This code also creates a function, so forget can also memoize that function. On Quest Store, forget systematically memoizes values, so humans don't need to worry about making mistakes like forgetting a use callback. They can just forget it. By the way, our compiler has some other cheat codes. If you squint, you notice that it can memoize within if branches and other conditionals. I would really like to talk more about this, but couldn't fit it into this slide. So let's take a look at some results from Quest Store. We saw major improvements in interaction responsiveness for Quest Store in production. Interestingly, we also measured loading metrics like visual completion to be faster. It turns out that the initial load of this page requires multiple re-renders to initialize things like video state. By memoizing according to its fine-grained understanding of reactivity, forget reduced the amount of work done during re-render. With forget, re-renders completed faster. So that means we got our answer, right? Forget is done and will automatically make our React apps better all the time? Not quite. Forget's success here helped us gain a lot of confidence in its memoization strategy. But we know that fast renders are just one piece of what makes a performant UI. Fine-grained memoization is great for interactivity, but if our compiler memoizes too much, it may adversely affect other app metrics. We had a lot of ideas for how we could improve the compiled output, but first, we needed more data. Instagram.com is a React app built for the web and presents a different set of challenges from Quest Store. On web, memoized code translates directly to an increase in bundle size, which may in turn increase startup time. We also wanted to know if caching values created during render negatively affects memory-constrained devices, like older Android models. And of course, we hoped that forget could make developers' lives easier. If you have visited Instagram.com in the past month, you might have used forget. That's right, forget is on Instagram pages like Profile, in production, as you can see here. So we're already gaining an early understanding of how forget affects metrics other than rendering speed. On the profile page, we measured less than a 1% increase in compressed code size and similar changes in retained memory. In production, we have so far seen no increase in memory-related crashes or startup time. Instead, we again saw slight improvements in visual completion, just like our results from Quest Store. Oh, and there's something I forgot to mention about all of this. We used forget to achieve these results without needing to make any changes to product code. Forget can handle almost all JavaScript syntax we actually seen in use. It currently understands 95% of components on Instagram.com, and we're working to increase that even further. So what's left? The performance wins we have seen from forget have exceeded our initial expectations. However, on the React team, we have a really high bar for releasing products. Forget is not an exception here. Our milestones are to first build a minimal proof of concept, then a version that has almost all the necessary features, carefully roll out to a small number of products, getting feedback and iterating on our design. We're at this stage now, by the way. We're working to understand Forget's impact on a pretty diverse set of real-world apps. And we're really confident about major design decisions, but might need to make further adjustments and optimizations depending on data. Our next step is to scale up until Forget is used everywhere at Meta, refining on small details. Finally, when we have stress tested and iterated enough, we release. While we still have some work ahead of us, we strongly believe that Forget will help React achieve its vision, an ergonomic developer experience paired with great performance. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, great work, thank you. Could you please join me here? And Joe also? Yes, thank you.
Thanks, nice job.
So who here is excited for Forget? I can get a little bit more enthusiasm than that, come on. That sounds really amazing. Thanks a lot for the hard work you're doing for all of us. Yeah, great job. We're going to jump right into the audience questions, so hope you're ready. First question with the most upvotes is, does this completely remove the need for use memo, and use callback?
Yeah, so long term, the idea is that we would like to remove those APIs completely. Obviously, long road to get there, but that's the goal, yeah.
Great, that's nice. It's, in my experience, one of the harder concepts to grasp, but something that you need to grasp if you're building great, big applications, so super nice. How does React, why is it called React Forget and not React Remember?
The previous question was really good. It
I was
somehow
excited about that.
I wanted to answer that. Okay, well I know what it was.
We're going to get to that after.
Oh, okay. All right. Why is it called React Forget? So we have a policy to name all things with F words that are puns, and so remember is not. Yeah, it's not an F word, so we had to.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we like F words.
Then
we're New Yorkers.
No swearing on stage. Come on.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Okay, we're having a technical break for 5 minutes, and we'll be having the open source panel at 3 p.m.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Hello, 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 Ooh, got brighter. Hello. So who came here for this talk? Put your hands up. Well done, because it has been changed to the open source panel. I just wanted to, yeah, okay, nice. Yeah, I just wanted to warn everyone, but if you do want to stick around for the Q&A for that talk beforehand, that will be happening according to the schedule. That's all good, it's not right now. Just wanted to make that absolutely clear. And before we introduce this new panel, I want to talk about our sponsor, Ably. If you want to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences, these are the people to do that with. Amazing, and now it's time for the panel discussion all about open source and perceived competition between projects. So, I'd like to introduce Mark, who is a Redux toolkit creator. Come on. Give him a round of applause, please. Amazing. Frederick, who is a React query contributor. Alessia, who was speaking earlier today as well, and is building Apollo client at Apollo GraphQL. We have Michael, who's a MobX author, alongside of many books, so this is just one of many. And Dan, who is in the React core team. Great. Thank you, everyone, for joining this panel. I'm sure everyone is very excited to hear your insights on all things open source. So the first question is, as open source contributors, you've all been involved in multiple projects. Can you share your insights on how you decide which projects to contribute to or create? We can start off with Dan.
Sorry. The question is, which projects have we worked on?
Just insights on how you decide to pick which projects to work on or create.
Oh, I mean, I think usually it's like whatever you need for work. It tends to be the case. So, like, I think, like, at least in my case, I haven't created many projects. I contributed to a bunch, but in cases where I created something, it was usually because I was building a product and I needed a piece that did not exist, and I tried to make it, and then sometimes you try to make it usable by other people.
I think it's mainly about the project that kind of inspires you or intrigues you. Just pick one, doesn't really matter which one. Just don't try to do all of them. That's the most important thing, I think. And then you become an expert in one specific one, and that's really helpful because you see all the different environments that people use something in, which is often really surprising. But that just requires time to build up that knowledge. So just pick one that intrigues you.
Yeah, I think for me it was really sort of finding communities that I felt drawn toward. At the very beginning of my career, I was really interested in open data and civic tech, and just found really welcoming people in that space. You know, I didn't have the skills yet at that time to really meaningfully make an impact, but I still felt like you know, it was just a really interesting time to be exploring. You know, at that time, these Ruby libraries for data processing, and you know, if it wasn't for the community around that, I wouldn't have maybe even started this career. So yeah.
I think for me, it's always been work-driven, or that's where I've found the projects I want to work on. I had a problem at work, like you, Dan, where I saw a missing piece that I wanted to contribute, and then I did back when I had free time. Yeah.
I started learning React in mid-2015, sort of related to a work project, and it was coincidentally the same time that Redux came out. I volunteered to write an FAQ page for the Redux docs. Dan accepted it and merged it, gave me commit rights, got busy with React, and then handed over the maintainer keys of Redux to me and another guy named Tim Dorr. And I owe Dan for my start in open source. I wouldn't be here without him volunteering to say, hey, you can get involved.
And I owe you, since I first got involved in Redux too, so yeah.
Like, whenever we talk about this, I think about this scene from Tom Sawyer with, like painting the fence, where he paints the fence and makes it look like, the most interesting thing someone can do, and then somebody takes over, like, great.
That's so cool, and I love the fact that you were speaking about the opportunities that you gained. As someone who wants to be an open source contributor, what cool opportunities have you seen other people get? Have you got yourself? And what would you say to someone who feels like they don't have enough time for it? How would you convince them to actually make time to contribute to open source projects? We can go the other way around this time to switch it up.
So I'll give a relatively recent example. We've had 2 primary maintainers on Redux Toolkit for the last couple of years, myself and Lens Webertronic. And we had a person hanging out in our chat channel answering a lot of questions named Ben. And about a year ago, he started contributing some actual pull requests with features. And he was enthusiastic, and the pull requests were well tested, and he was answering questions, and we could see he was actively contributing. And so he's like, you're a maintainer too, welcome, join us. And it's kind of like that, showing the initiative and trying to get involved. That shows the maintainers that you're interested, you get their trust, and they'll be happy to hand over more responsibility.
Yeah, so I have a different answer, and that is, that's a good answer, but I also have a different one. And that is, kind of see it as part of your work too. Maybe not contributing huge amounts of code or anything like that, but you are software developers and you're using third-party libraries. So if you come across a bug and you want to get involved in open source, the best thing you can do is write a good reproduction of that bug, file a very good issue, and that's a perfect way to get involved in open source. And as you do that in different projects, you start to kind of learn about the projects, you see the fixes, you see the pull requests that maybe someone else wrote, and given enough time, you might be comfortable to actually fixing the issue, maybe in your work time where you get paid for it, if it's a small fix and it's something that you benefit in your company. And things like filing issues and stuff like that, don't ask for permission to do that. That's part of your work. If you're spending days on it, of course, it's different, but yeah.
Yeah, and another thing that I've found, especially in the course of you're doing your day job, my day job currently involves working on an open source project, but before that I was a product engineer at a bunch of different companies, and the last job I had working on a product was at Venmo, and so we were using a lot of the tools that we all use in this room, but for testing, obviously, testing library, and so setting a whole team up to contribute to a large test suite, we were using some linting rules from the testing library ESLint plugin. And browsing through the GitHub issues, I saw there was some ideas for new rules to add to that library, and thought, okay, well, I haven't written an ESLint rule before. This seems like a good opportunity to contribute to something that will also benefit my team, but contribute to the larger community. And what was so cool about that experience, and amazing maintainers on that project, is just being out of your comfort zone, working on, in my case, understanding abstract syntax trees, learning about just the whole DX of developing and testing linter rules, and then getting this amazing code review from folks who are extremely well versed in in this particular area, and that being such an amazing learning opportunity, no matter what stage of your career you are. The cliche about software is that it's just an unbelievably vast and expansive field, and so it's open source for me has always presented a really fun chance to get outside my comfort zone and be able to give and receive mentorship in a really generative, really productive way.
So I don't think I've ever given maintainers right to anyone that was asking for it. That's not kind of how it works. It works kind of the opposite. Whenever it gets annoying to not make someone a maintainer, then I make that person a maintainer. That's basically the essence. That sounds very negative, but what I mean with it is if people respond regularly on an issue and say like, oh, I can't reproduce this, or this is the fix. And then they answer, but they can't close the issue. I'm like, oh, it would be very convenient if that person is on spot every time, would also close the issue. So you give the rights for that. Same with pull requests. If someone submits 3 pull requests, which are pretty good, then it's annoying that pull request lives in their own fork because you cannot commit back and that kind of stuff. So you invite them to become a maintainer, and that's how it generally works, I think.
Okay, can I ask to repeat the question? It's been a while and I forgot.
I actually didn't write this down, this came from my head, but it was just about how would you convince someone to contribute to open source and what opportunities have you gotten or see someone else get?
Yeah, I guess like I don't see myself in the business of convincing people to contribute to open source. Like it's not necessarily a good idea always. Like both for your and the other person's sanity. Okay, more seriously, I think like there are different kinds of contributions, and also like I think some end up, like realistically, if you send the PR, sometimes it's going to get merged, it's going to get reviewed. Sometimes it's not going to get reviewed or not going to get merged, and sometimes you get some good experience out of it, or like you get some knowledge out of it, and sometimes you just wasted time. So I think like it's just like in my experience, I feel like I've gotten lazier about sending pull requests because I'm just it looks like the person maintaining it is pretty busy, like the reviews are not coming in fast, or like it looks like the change I'm about to make, like I don't even know if that's a good change, so I'll probably just not send it. So I don't know if like it's always a good idea, but I think so like I think it's just important to be prepared for disappointment, that like you worked on this pull request for like a week and then nobody reviews it, like that happens. But in terms of like what, as a maintainer, like what I would usually find most valuable is, so like issue, when there is an issue and I don't know what the problem is, like there is a bug filed and somebody says like, oh, this thing is crashing, but like I don't know how to reproduce it, and then somebody else comes over and digs into the code and like gives a precise way to reproduce the bug. That's very valuable. And so like as a maintainer, I say, okay, like this person is actually like looking at what's happening in the code and is trying to help, and I just trust this person more. And then if this person sends a code change, like again, I kind of trust them more. It's easier to review. And I think like if you do want to kind of contribute to open source, I think there's just kind of like 2 genres. Like one genre is you send like a small change and like you kind of just like throw it away. Like here's the thing that worked for me. Like good luck with it. And then it's still nice because it gives maintainer a chance. Like maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's a good change, or it gives them an idea to do something different. But it is kind of a contribution, right? You just send something out there and hope it will help somebody, maybe even like a random person scanning the pull request to find a fix for the same issue. And another genre is actually like diving into like how the rest of the project's code is written, and kind of like really testing your change, really thinking through like is this the right change to make, or does it break something else? And then as a maintainer, if I see that it looks like you've done your homework, so to speak, it's so much easier to trust that sometimes I'm like, yeah, like looks good, like hopefully this doesn't break stuff. But if it breaks stuff, I know there's a person who cares, who will come back and fix it. Yeah, I don't know if that's helpful.
No, thank you for that. Those are really good answers, because you spoke a lot about collaboration, upskilling, and how it can actually help you in your day job to improve like your coding practices and things like that. But we're here about the competition. And so what differentiates between, because all competition isn't bad, right? There's healthy competition. But what differentiates from healthy competition to unhealthy competition, and how do we foster and make sure that we engage in a healthy kind? And do you feel like as maintainers you have a role to play within this? So let's start off with Dan.
Oh, that's a tough one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to set the rules. I think there is like a kind of code of honor, an implicit code of honor, but I think it's different for different people. Like not saying like outright bad things about other projects seems like maybe a good idea. But then there are some differences, and sometimes these differences are pretty significant. And so there's like this hard balance of like how do you, and especially like there's this equilibrium of like if everybody is nice to each other, it's nice. But then like, if there's like a new, if there's like an established kind of set of players, and then there's a new player who like does something differently, and because they're small, they kind of need to punch up, because they need to kind of prove, here's why you should choose this small thing over something established, and so they kind of have to like expose the flaws in the establishment. And then the thing is like, the established players can't really punch down because it looks bad. And so it's like a tough balance of like, how do you play this game? I actually don't know. Let's hear from other people.
Yeah, I think like competition is a bit overperceived in some ways. I have like a bunch of really interesting anecdotes around that. For example, I worked for quite a long time on MobX, and I published.
I don't really like MobX that much.
Exactly. So here's the fun thing: Dan is currently working with MobX. I'm currently working with Redux. So that's how far competition goes. No, but I literally had people walk up to me and said like, "Why did you publish Immer? That only helps Redux, not MobX." And it's like, yeah, who cares? Like, it's. People sometimes think about open source as companies, where they're like, companies are competing with each other in a certain way, right? And so they also talk like that in issues, and they go like, hey, if you don't introduce this feature, I'm going to move to Redux. And it's like, okay, fine. Then apparently Redux is better for use case, so I rather have you move to Redux so that I don't have to deal with your issues. So people kind of really over-appreciate how that in general works, I think. But the kind of rule I try to keep in my mind as like, you're basically the judges out there. Like, I have an opinion about other frameworks. Everyone here has an opinion about other frameworks. I asked ChatGPT this morning what Mark thinks about MobX. It will make me sleep really well. But it's hallucinated, sadly. But anyway, like, we are all biased in a certain way. So it's up for you to decide what kind of works, and I think that's like the fair way to divide it.
Yeah, I think that was well said. Yeah, I think the whole question of competition, I don't know, I think of my kind of frame of reference for competition is playing sports in high school, and specifically basketball, soccer, football, and my coaches just really instilled this idea that like you really want the competition at its best is when your opponent really pushes you to evolve and sort of bring the best that you can bring to the table as well. So I really think that it's sort of like I'm a basketball fan, as I said. They're in the U.S., which is where I live, originally Canadian. Any Canadians in the room? Can I get a couple woos? None. A one. Amazing. Okay. Phew. There's always a couple secret Canadians lurking around, so I just had to make sure. But yeah, there was the WNBA championships this week, and my teams, New York Liberty, they lost a nail biter to the Las Vegas Aces, who were the better team. But like Las Vegas, they had 2 injuries after the second game of 2 of their starters. And like, as the team on the other side, like that's always, kind of disappointing. Like, if you want your competitors to be their best, and, you don't want to beat someone because they're, having an off day, essentially. So I think that that's, the spirit of competition that like I want to be a part of in the JavaScript and React ecosystems are like panels like this, and not punching up or down or in any direction where you're like trying to take away from what someone else has built. So I think that things like this and meeting in person are just super productive and like a great reminder that there are many, many, many other people that I think share in that idea of really productive competition in that sense of like, I want to bring out the best in you, and by putting our ideas, throwing them in the middle and kind of seeing what shakes out, that's how we're going to get the best ideas in the end, Yeah, that's how I think about it.
Wow, such great answers. I see it as academia, really, like where maybe different universities compete about the same research, but it's mainly about sharing ideas, and it's mainly about the ideas competing and the best ideas winning if it is a competition. So it's not a competition between individuals, if it's the healthy kind of competition, that is. It's a competition of ideas. And I think like that's what makes it so great to meet all of you and talk about all of these things, because that's when the ideas can really clash and form something better, and you can inspire each other. And we share a lot of the same common problems as well. So like there's this form of competition where you're competing and withholding information from someone else because you want to win. Healthy competition, which is the kind I think we have, is where we'd rather share these ideas and discuss them and make kind of all of our frameworks better in the process. So that's the healthy kind, I think.
I spend a lot of time reading discussion threads on Reddit and Twitter, and I see a lot of people fanboying the bad way, and saying like, I love this tool, and anybody who likes this other tool is an awful person. And that's totally the wrong attitude. I think if you, and I hope if you watch the behavior of those of us on stage and other maintainers in the ecosystem, we're friendly, we get along, we are sharing information, we are all taking inspiration and learning ideas from each other's tools and progress and pull requests. The RTK query data fetching library that's part of Redux Toolkit directly drew inspiration from React Query and Apollo. I've spent work this year trying to figure out how to properly set up packages for ES module compatibility. I published a blog post, and Apollo and React Query have learned from it. I contributed the changes over to Immer. I even have a quote on the top of Immer's documentation saying how wonderful it is. Like, there's a lot of knowledge sharing back and forth. And yes, there's kind of the competition in that if you choose to use React Query to fetch data, you're probably not using Redux to do it, but that's okay. We're all trying to build tools that solve problems in slightly different ways. And we are trying to make the best tools so that you can decide which one is the best fit for your situation.
Love those. Oh yeah, round of applause for that. I love that. Well, I really want to speak about AI just a little bit. I just love it. I used to use Copilot a lot, and now that I'm not using it, I'm like, oh my goodness, this can be super tedious. But to those people who may be intimidated to break in, well, not break in, but essentially contribute in an open source way, do you feel like AI and these tools have helped to encourage these people to contribute, or what do you think the role of AI has been in terms of open source and maybe collaboration and things like that?
I haven't really considered AI and open source specifically. I did finally turn on Copilot in VS Code a few months ago, and I mean, my own personal perspective, I think that AIs and machine learning are potentially valuable tools. My biggest concern is that in a lot of ways, it seems like you already have to know enough about the topic to use them safely. I've seen numerous cases where people pop in and ask questions and say, like, I'm trying to use a certain Redux API that was suggested by ChatGPT, except it suggested something that literally does not exist. Or in one case, a person asked me about a blog post I'd written about fetching data in selectors, except that I never wrote the blog post. It's seen enough examples of my blog URLs to mimic it and suggest it, and it does not exist. And so, I think especially a lot of beginners, they're learning great things from ChatGPT and suggestions, but you sort of have to know enough to filter the suggestions yourself. So my own experience, it's like, Copilot is great at filling in like lists of code that I'm writing, or like some bits and pieces, but you do have to exercise some caution as you're using these things.
I think my perspective is AI can be used for a lot of different things, right? There's the generative part where it writes your code for you, but I think where AI could shine when it comes to open source, if you want to contribute, is to explain this unfamiliar code base, because open source projects are often quite complex. The code looks a bit different from what you might be used to from applications. So using AI to explain and get into how an open source project functions could be a very, very good use case, I think.
Yeah, I also have not really deeply considered AI in the context of open source, although working on Apollo client, which is a GraphQL client, I do have some colleagues who've been thinking about AI in the context of GraphQL, which I think is a whole separate panel and very interesting conversation. But yeah, a colleague of mine, Patrick, he has a talk. It's I believe it's up online now from GraphQL Summit, just about generating like schemas with AI and really just showing some sort of glimpses of the future and like proofs of concept. But certainly, I think certain technologies, in particular, like a query language like GraphQL, like there are, I think there will be some really interesting ways in which we will really be able to, automatically turn sort of natural language commands into queries and really realize this idea of like the computer as a true like user agent. And so, yeah, I think it's a fascinating topic overall, but I would encourage you to check out Patrick's talk and if you're interested about that specific niche there.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of thoughts about it either. I didn't think too much about it. The only thing I discovered is that like there's one benefit to Brexit, and that's you have more AI services around here than in the EU.
I don't really have much to add. I think I really agree with it might be a helpful way to explore the code base. But yeah, other than that, well, GPT-4 is a lot better than GPT-3, for example, at like giving like fake answers. I mean, not better. Yeah, it gives fewer fake answers. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I guess like one distinction is like I think it's interesting to think about. Like open source is usually like shared foundations, but then I feel like the place where like AI kind of shines more right now is like building on top of those. So like it's easy to like generate React components, but maybe not like write React itself. So I don't know if it will make its way to like being useful in the kind of lower levels where you have to have this precision. Whereas like at higher levels, when you just like compose things together, that seems like the most comfortable like place to apply AI right now.
Thank you. It's so interesting the way that AI is just like revolutionizing the way that we work. I wouldn't go as far to say we're all going to lose our jobs tomorrow, but I will say that it's definitely helping, but it's not totally accurate as we're speaking about. And one thing I want to end on is the fact that open source extends beyond code, and there's other ways that we can contribute in terms of non-code. Can you all just give an example for the last 2 minutes of ways that people can contribute when it doesn't come to coding, and good examples that you may have?
Like I said, I got my start with Redux by offering to contribute a docs page. And every project needs more documentation. And sometimes you can contribute to the docs without needing to have a deep understanding of the code. Docs contributions are always, always welcome.
Yeah, I agree. And I got started with Redux by writing the server-side rendering tests that were missing. So writing tests is also a good contribution, even if you don't want to contribute code that runs in someone else's browser, Also, as we talked about previously, issues and good reproductions are invaluable. I want to really push that point. They help so much.
Yeah, +1 on reproductions. In addition to, I'm just going to pile on sort of the answers that came before. They're all so important. But definitely, if you're researching something based on an issue you're facing and you're in the GitHub issues and you have a few minutes to spare and see, a question hanging out that, is where you have the answer at your fingertips or you have the ability to help create that reproduction or just move the conversation along in a really positive way, that is super appreciated as well.
One thing I think about is competition between things can often be seen as like or people perceive it as like maybe one solution is smarter or modern or faster or whatever than the other. But that's usually not where competing projects come from. Usually they come from trying to solve different problems. But those are often not very like explicit, or they like hard to really well communicate what kind of set of problems one solution is trying to solve. And that's usually where the difference is. So if you have like a good angle on that, or you feel like this solution worked really well in these circumstances, that's like super valuable for the community to be able to share that, because like often your view on that is even better than the maintainer's view they have on such a thing.
I think whatever gets you excited, like if you want to make like a library faster, that's like one thing. You want to write a bit of docs, another thing. You could just like help people in issues or on Twitter or whatever. So whatever you feel like you want to do.
Perfect timing. Well, thank you so much for those answers and your insights. Can we get the round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Where's Martin? Okay. So just a reminder that you can still get some coins. The last chance to do that before the next coffee break is now. So during the break, we'll be counting them at the reception desk. And where is everyone? Okay. I'm not announcing the next MC. Where is it? Where? Now.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features, including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes
Hello, 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 everybody. What's the energy in the room? Let's make some noise. I love this. I love this. All right. I want to kind of get a feel for the people in the room. How many of you have given a talk before or just been on a stage? A few people. How many of you maybe have made a pull request to an open source community? Hacktoberfest counts. But in all of these things, you are putting yourself out there and getting there and contributing back to the community. And we are going to have another one of these first moments where someone comes on stage and is going to contribute to the community. We have our winner of the MC prize, who is going to do an MC intro for our next wonderful speaker. So when they come on, you are going to give them a massive round of applause as well. Okay, is that good? All right. Okay, so before we do that, you can see I'm out of breath. I just listened to an amazing talk on the Vendova track and I had to run upstairs to come and do this. But it's amazing. We have so much cool content. So just want to shout out our next sponsor, which is Focus Reactive. They are a Next.js headless CMS and an e-commerce expert agency. They partner with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity.io and deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and great user experience. And then we'll also be having a discussion room in that room in about 10 minutes about engineering leadership. Okay, are we ready to announce the winner of the MC contest? Coming on stage to deliver a wonderful introduction for our next speaker is the one, the only, the amazing David. Let's give it up for him. Congratulations.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Let's give it up for Nathaniel. Isn't he such a great MC? So that's right, I am the winner of the guest MC spot, and I'm here to present. I work at Atacama in Prague, and I'm about to present you a great software engineer. His name is Matthews Albuquerque. Please come on stage. Funny thing about Matthew, he's also from South America, like myself. Sorry. He also moved to Prague for software development, and he also interviewed at Atacama. Unfortunately, he wasn't good enough, so yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, bro.
Kill it.
Woo! Wow. So, hello, London. It's just great to be here in this amazing conference again. And yeah, I'm Matthews Albuquerque, and today we're here to discuss about hydration, islands, streaming, resumability, and wow, we should probably start, right? So this is what we want to cover today. We'll talk a little bit about the past and the future of things, and then we'll go to islands, resumability. We'll also talk about streaming SSR and how it combines with selective hydration. We should talk about React Server components, right? And then we'll draft some closing thoughts on top of things. And let's just start with hydration, because, yeah, we want to cover that. So if you're not familiar, I love this definition by Mishko, that hydration is the process of attaching behavior to declarative content to make it interactive. And hydration comes with a few challenges. So first, and obviously, you have to associate the DOM elements with their corresponding event handlers. But also, as a user, for example, triggers one of these handlers, you want to update the state of your app. And not only that, but once the state is updated, your framework needs to recreate the DOM hierarchy and everything. So hydration comes with challenges, and hydration also comes with issues. And that's one of the most common ones. It's called the uncanny valley. And it happens exactly, so you got your initial request, you got your HTML, and then you have your view painted, but then you have to wait for JavaScript to arrive, to be executed, parsed, and everything. So the uncanny valley is this moment where everything is painted, but you don't have interaction, which is bad. And if we break down, it all starts, for example, when we get the HTML, and that's mostly fast, of course. But then you have to download JavaScript. And that can be slow depending on the network conditions of your users, as you probably know. Also, you have to parse and execute JavaScript. And that can be also slow depending on the capabilities of devices of your users and also on the amount of JavaScript you're sending over the wire. And last but not least, your framework also has to recover state and bind all the listeners. And that can be slow depending on, for example, the amount of done nodes you need to go through and also the amount of references that you need to rebind to those listeners. We could be here the whole day talking about the challenges and the issues with hydration, and you also have a lot of interesting posts out there. But the point is, throughout the years, people were trying to think of creative ways to fix or address at least some part of these problems. And it was in 2020 that we started to listen a lot about the term of islands. And we got this name from this post by Jason Miller, the creator of React and also the creator of other amazing open source stuff. But if we dig a bit back in time, we'd find posts like this. So this is called Declarative JS Components with VLoader.js, and it was posted back in 2013, and it was about the idea of attaching JS behavior to chunks of HTML. So you can see that people were thinking about something like that. And that's what islands are. You are selectively and progressively enhancing bits of server-side rendered HTML with some client-side JavaScript. And you have small, focused chunks of interactivity within those SSR pages. And it's a bit of a mind shift, because you're going from this model where you have a single app in control of the full rendering of the page to a place where you have actually multiple entry points. Also, usually within islands, the script for the islands can be delivered and hydrated independently, and it allows the rest of the page to be just a static HTML. But differently from other approaches to progressive hydration, here you have more specificity around how this enhancement occurs. Another thing great about islands is that these days we have many ways to leverage them. So we have standalone implementations like Astro, Quick, Marco, and many others. And you can also use different tools to do islands with Preact, with Solid, with Svelte. And one interesting thing about islands is Marco. So Marco was there since 2014. It was open sourced a few years later. But Marco shipped with this very interesting combo of streaming rendering with automatic partial hydration and a clever compiler that would basically generate optimized code depending on where it was going to run on the client or on the server. Marco also had automatic partial hydration that basically allowed those interactive components to hydrate themselves. And the hydration code, of course, was only shipped for the components that needed interaction. Years later, we got Astro, and most of you heard about Astro, so in 2021. And Astro, again, had a very interesting combo. So by default, it was shipping 0 JavaScript, and every island could be loaded in parallel. Astro was also multi-framework, so you could build islands with React, Preact, Svelte, and many others. And Astro allowed you to specify the loading strategy for each of your islands. So for example, if you're using a React JSX component with Astro and you're importing it and etc., you can do things like this. So you can specify if that's going to be hydrated upon loading, or when the browser's idle, or only when your component gets visible, and you can do even more complex stuff. So that's what's great about islands in general. You're reducing the amount of JavaScript code that is shipped to the client. Also, you can get faster page loads and better metrics related to that, like TTI and others. And overall, you're making the key content of your site or your app available faster to the user. Not to mention that you're getting the traditional benefits of SSR, like improved SEO. Where I see that islands might not be a great fit is, depending on the amount of interactivity you have, you might end up with dozens or hundreds of islands, and then you might be missing the whole point. Also in 2021, we got resumability. And I think that a good way to think about the model of resumability is if we picture that a lot of the things we have in the isomorphic landscape these days, they started on top of frameworks that were not initially thought for that. So for example, this is a post from 2013 where the Airbnb team was experimenting with server-side rendering backbone. And if we remember, at the time, that's mostly what we had. People were experimenting with server-side rendering Angular or React or other frameworks. But what if we did the opposite? What if most those frameworks, they started with server rendering in mind in the first place? In 2011, we had this language, Oppa. Has anyone ever heard of it? Okay, not as one hand, wow. So Oppa went way beyond just partial hydration. So you basically wrote programs, and the compiler would slice client and server concerns for you. And that was amazing. Years later, we got Meteor, which had some of that in mind and also got some traction. And in 2021, we got Quick, which probably most of you heard about. So that's the idea of resumability. It's about pausing the execution in the server and resuming on the client without having to replay and download all of the application logic. So pretty much it. Do some work, pause, resume where you left off, and you use what happened during the execution on the server to avoid extra work when the app boots in the browser. Also, it does that by attaching global event handlers at startup time, but only running them when it's necessary upon interaction. If you compare that with traditional hydration, I'm not talking about progressive or selective, none of that. With traditional hydration, we have an eager approach where the event handler creation happens before those are called or triggered. Also, things are a bit more speculative. So all of them are created regardless whether they are used or not. And you also have the client redoing work, and the framework has to download and execute the components to figure out their hierarchy. With resumability, you have the opposite. So you have a lazy approach where the event handler creation happens after the event is triggered. And also, only the triggered events are the ones that are created and registered. So this happens as needed. Also, the client is not redoing work because it leverages a lot of deserialization. So yeah, it requires a lot of important information to be included in the HTML. If you're interested, there's this very great stream with Ryan from Solid and Mishko where they ideate the whole idea of resumability for a couple of hours. But that's what's pretty much great about resumability. It tends to improve your startup performance and basically also your rendering performance because it ships with other cool ideas, like, for example, only the changed components are re-rendered. Also, it brings fine-grained lazy loading and progressive interactivity. What concerns me about it, though, is that it's a best practice to preload your critical page interactions. So if you happen to have a lot of critical page interactions, you might have to preload a lot of stuff. Also, the only option we have these days to leverage resumability as it is defined is Quick. So most of the discussions around it are in the Quick community and builder.io itself, even though some of people would argue that Marco version 6 brings something similar to resumability. But anyways, I have to say that I think that Quick is a perfect example of outside-of-the-box thinking that sometimes is needed to fix issues in the web. At the same time, it started in 2017, but it got more traction in 2022. We started talking about streaming things and then selective hydration. So streaming SSR was actually shipped with React 16, and only few of us were paying like a lot of attention because, you know, we were discussing hooks, suspense, the new context API, and a lot of other cool stuff that also happened during React 16. Some people were leveraging streaming SSR at the time, but it got more traction after, mostly last year, after it was combined with selective hydration and other cool things from the concurrent React umbrella. And it's good if we see how things happened before. So before React 18, hydration could only begin after the entire data was fetched and rendered for your page. So because of that, your users, they couldn't interact in the page until the hydration process was complete for all of that. And the bottom line here is that the parts of the app that were fast, they ended up having to wait for the slow ones. So it looks like this. All of these are sequential and blocking steps. So we fetch the data on the server, we render the HTML on the server, and then we get our first byte, and then we load it on the client, and we get our FCP, and only after hydrating we get our our TTI. With streaming SSR and selective hydration, we can turn things into this. And now React is going to prioritize hydrating the parts of the app that the user interacted with before the rest of the page. And because of that, components, they can become interactive faster by allowing the page to do other work, allowing the browser to do other work at the same time as hydration, because it's concurrent React. And of course, React no longer has to wait for components to load to continue streaming the HTML for the rest of the page. And when that specific part is available, it's going to be streamed and inserted in the right place via a script tag. A lot of companies, by the way, they build interesting cases around this. Vercel has some numbers how they improved the Next.js website, some core web vitals in the Next.js websites by using that, including their INP. So you might want to check it out. And then a year later, we also start to hear about React Server Components, which is funny because if you've been watching discussions, it was there for a lot of time under the name of React Flight. So we just discussed the F things like forget. So it was React Flight in 2018-19. And then in late 2020, we got this post introducing zero bundle size React Server Components. And after that, it was a lot of like the community, us, the team, like how did they piece together with suspense, transitions, and etc. So in my opinion, a good approach to get the grasp on server components is to think of them as if you could have ahead of the time rendering that can happen on build time on a server. But it's also a routing paradigm that is really integrated with data fetching and even with the whole way you bundle things. And as it might seem, it's not necessarily related to SSR or even hydration. Since we discussed islands, we can say that actually RSC is really identical to how islands work. But the thing is, when we were doing islands with Astro, for example, we had a clear boundary, what's Astro and what's React. With server components, we don't. That's why we have things like use client. Use client is marking a boundary between these two module graphs, the server and the client one. And of course, with RSC, each component can decide whether it's going to be a server component or a server plus client component. And I think that three things are amazing about RSCs. The first, and of course, the most probably what you hear mostly is the code for the server components is never shipped to the client, which is actually great because in a lot of SSR implementations we have these days, we end up having code bundled and sent over the wire. The second thing is you get access to the backend from anywhere within the tree. And a lot of people see this as a bad thing, but actually it's amazing. Imagine what you do with Next.js, for example, that at page level you have things like get server-side props, but now from anywhere within the tree. And the third thing is probably what I love the most is those can be refetched while maintaining client-side state inside of the tree. So think of like an input component that you can refresh, re-render, but maintain, focus, hovering, that kind of stuff. So then prepared a really good example in this RSC from scratch post. So this is an example of navigation without server components, and you can see that when you navigate, you lose the state. And here is the same thing, but with server components, and you can see that you navigate and the state is not blown away. What concerns me about server components is that, I don't know, like, perhaps we might have situations where we get a lot of data sent over the wire on every render. Also, both from the perspective of framework builders, but also app builders, this orchestration of how this is going to work and the final developer experience for me is still blurred. But a lot of things about it are still experimental in the end. And you have few options to leverage RSCs, mostly Next.js with the app router. But for me, RSCs bring a very, very interesting discussion that is this thing of collocating client and server code and how that's probably going to be the future. And it reminds me a lot about this thing called Jaxer. Does anyone here knows Jaxer? Cool. No one. So Jaxer was here back, it was a thing back in 2008. And here are some of the official examples of using Jaxer. But I want to highlight this script tag where you had this run at attribute. And you could specify, for example, run at server or run at both. And if you put side by side the documentation from that library from 2008 and the state-of-the-art documentation for examples with server components, you will see some similarities. Of course, they're not the same thing, but you can see that the idea of trying to coordinate the two was there. Anyways, I think that a lot of us, myself included, still need to learn a lot about server components. We had very interesting sessions. After me, Tejas is coming in. I'm pretty sure he's going to cover it really well, too. There's a lot of live streams on the topic you might want to watch, and also a lot of interesting side projects involving it. Waku by Daishikado is one of them, where he's basically building his own implementation of RSCs. And you even have implementations in other ecosystems, like in Go or even OCaml. And there's 10stack Blink, by the same creators of 10stack Query and others, where you don't have RSCs per se, but it's a very interesting project to play with collocation and extraction of what's client, what's server code. Wow. We covered really quickly a little bit of hydration, resumability, streaming, islands, etc. And I feel like we could be here the whole day talking about a lot of other things when it comes to rendering patterns. But I want to jump and talk a little bit about what I think is coming down the line. So, yeah, I had to use a meme. But I think that we'll be discussing a lot routing and revisiting this whole thing of MPAs and SPAs and where we want to handle navigation and revisiting this community decision of moving towards SPAs we had a decade ago. We'll also be discussing a lot about hydration and new and creative ways to overcome the challenges of hydration. We'll be discussing a lot whether we want to have 0 kilobytes JavaScript or not and how to do so. And I think that we'll be discussing a lot code extraction. And as Dan pointed out a couple of years ago, I think that the next wave of technologies is going to be about coordinating both clients and server code in a very, very fancy, in the best way possible. And have you seen, for example, this import attributes thing? It's an ECMA proposal. It just made it to TypeScript as a language. And with that, you can do, for example, import JSON with type JSON. So I wonder if in the future, for example, we want to be able to do things like import a component with type client or both. I would love to see something like that. And more than ever, we'll be talking about why a given technology is the future. So a few closing thoughts. As you probably notice, when you find a solution to your problem, you're probably just changing the problem that you have. And while a lot of these solutions, they seem competitive, I think that most of them are actually complementary. They don't solve the same issue all at the same time. Instead, they focus on different parts of the same problem. And that's why the same pattern can be good or bad depending on which app, which part of your app, etc., which case you have. That's why I really like this thing. It's a post called Application Holotypes by Jason Miller, where he basically explored the different kinds of apps you can build, like a social network and e-commerce, etc. And he proposes, okay, how do you want to build rendering for that? How do you want to build navigation? And Ryan Carniato even expands a bit more on that, talking about, for example, how do you want to do hydration? How do you want to do routing for each kind of these holotypes? So I really like it. Another meme, and I think it's easy to think when we see all these examples with the app router, for example, and these new technologies, to think that we're just going back to rendering HTML on the server like we did back in the day. But the thing is, with PHP and Rails, the boundary, basically they were rendering that HTML and taking form submissions, and that was pretty much it. Years later, Marco tried to push that boundary further, but I guess most of us were busy building SPAs. And then, more recently, we had in the PHP, in the Ruby community, in the Elixir community, initiatives like Livewire, Hotwire, and etc., where they tried to push this boundary, but coming from a backend background. I think that quick and server components are an interesting attempt coming from a front-end background to push this boundary while fully respecting what's client and what's server concerns. Also, as you probably noticed, software development is always going through cycles, and it's important that we think that we're very likely not the first ones trying something. So it's important that we think what's different now, and what was a great idea in the past and just turned into lost art. And I have 2 examples on that. The first one is this tweet by Andrew, also core committer of React, where he pointed that a lot of how React works with fibers and the whole tree comparison mechanism, etc., it brings inspiration from this double buffering technique that's been in the game industry for decades. And the second example is that when Dan posted that a lot of the cool things they were experimenting with React back in 2020, they were thinking out in Marco back in 2014. And this post from Marco team that he links to another post that was posted back in 2005. I agree, it all sounds really complex, and I think it should, because we're trying to address a complex problem that is the variety of network conditions and device capabilities of our users. And if we think about back in the day of responsive design, we had a similar challenge. In 2010, we had to face an unpredictable amount of screen sizes, screen resolutions, and etc. So complex solutions for complex problems. That's the last one. So you know what they say, that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is me about a decade ago, and I was in this iOS meetup, and I was so hyped about Ionic back then. And I told them, you know what, stop building those native apps and just start using Ionic, because Angular is going to be the future. And here I am trying to talk about the future of React to you. This was So yeah, don't always trust those future predictions and speculations and etc. because the cliche is true. There's no silver bullet. That's why it's important that you do identify your core metrics. And not only things like web vitals and etc., but actual business metrics, bounce rates, conversion rates, etc. Those performance metrics, they are important when they are matched with your actual business metrics. This is me. You can find me everywhere as Y the Combinator. I'm a front-end engineer at Medallia. I teach front-end students at Tech Labs, and I'm a Google expert in performance. The links for this session and other sessions I have about the internals of React, performance optimization, etc., you can find here. Thank you so much. I think we'll have like 4 minutes for questions, so thanks for having me.
Thank you, Matthews.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we have 0 minutes for questions. And we also have no questions, so perfect. So
perfect
thanks a lot. Let's give it up for Matthews one more time.
Whoop. There we go. Let's give it up for David one more time. I love the fact that we have people get involved. And speaking of getting involved, folks have been getting involved all day today by taking part in prizes. Prizes from us, prizes from the organizers. But we will be doing that in just a second after a 10-minute break. So in this 10-minute break, feel free to quickly grab a coffee. You won't have long, and then we'll be back and we'll be announcing the winners of all the prizes from today. So we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Quickly settle down. We're nearly at the last talk of today. But like I said to the people in here just before that break we have, it is time for some prizes. Let's give a round of applause for prizes. Everyone's excited? All right. So what I'm going to do is some of the sponsors had a few raffles, some of them had some games, and some of them are going to come on stage to announce their winners. So we will do those first, and first to the stage, I'm going to invite Contentful. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to the stage. And just because every year it sometimes gets a bit messy, but what they're going to do is they're going to announce the winner, and when they do, you're going to come to the front, you're going to grab your prize, you're going to pause to take a photo just down here with the cameraman so that we can have you with those wonderful pictures ready for social media. All right, Contentful, take it away.
Thank you very much. So some of you saw that we're doing this generative print art thing as part of our giveaway. So the winner will also get, on top of the Switch, a printed version of what you all built today. Ooh. So the winner is Goodridge Embola. If you're here, come around. If you're not here, then you'll get a really nice email coming back home. Is Goodridge around? No? Well, someone's going to have a nice email. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. And next, we have another prize, this time from Content AI. It'll work in a second. Just keep talking. Oh, you can steal mine. You can steal mine.
I never know. I never hear myself. Cool. So I got 3 names that we randomly selected. If nobody's here, then I'm keeping the prize. So first one is, the prize is these AirPods that are about to fall down. The first winner is Sergio Vincius de Salucena. And the last one as well.
All right. Let's give it up for the winner one more time. Okay, we also, I'm going to switch to this side so I can see the names written down as I read them out. We also have the treasure hunt winners. Ooh. So there are 3 winners. I'm going to start with the person who came in 3rd place and count it up to the first. And honestly, I'm suspicious. Did they even watch any talks? Because they did a lot of treasure hunting. But maybe they went and spoke to the speakers and asked lots of good questions to go and get some extra points, extra coins. All right, I do want to apologize in advance because I haven't been able to ask you proper pronunciations if I mess up your names, but I'm still excited to invite to the stage in 3rd place with 70 coins, and they're going to get a nice conference mug. We have, can we get a little drum roll? Jimmy, oi! Are they there? If you are there, can you wave your hand so I can see you coming down? Are they coming to the front? Quickly come over to the front and claim your prize. While you are walking, I am going to go ahead and announce the winner the person in 2nd place with 79 coins. They had a mug. They're getting a mug and a t-shirt. We have, another drum roll please, Addison Resende Rubim. Congratulations, over in the back. Wonderful, wonderful. Head over to the front and grab your prize. And in 1st place, this person was dedicated with 108 coins, winning a mug, a t-shirt, and this wonderful Lego set. We have Jaideep Vidwani. Come over to the middle and grab your photo. Thank you so much for taking part. I know it's a little bit of fun that you get to do along the day, but most importantly, we hope you enjoyed those prizes at home. Commiserations to anyone who came 4th, 5th, and beyond. Don't worry, the prize was the experiences and the memories you made along the way, just like the One Piece. Anyway, remember, you can ask questions if you have any questions for the next speaker. Speaking of the next speaker, I love the fact that I get to meet so many people on the road, and sometimes I get to see a speaker fill out rooms. I've seen a speaker, this next speaker, fill out a room so much that people were spilling onto the floor, sitting down, crossing their legs, just because they wanted to hear them speak. Remember that first time and being like, wow, this person's impressive. And watching them give talks over the JavaScript circuit, I now see them as genuinely, for me, an inspiration. So when they come to the stage, I want you to give them a massive round of applause. Because not only are they super technical, not only do they know so much about what they're saying, they do that with a massive smile on their face. And that makes me smile every single time. So to talk to us about why everybody needs a framework, give up a standing ovation for our last talk of the day, Tejas Kumar!
I love that. Whoa. I love that. Like 3 of you stood up. I'm not going to hold it against you. It's a long day. Hi, how are we? Okay. I'll work with it. It's the last talk of the day. You know, fun fact, I have 25 minutes. There's a it's on 16 minutes. What? Look, I have 20 minutes, right? But it's the last talk, so technically I have all the minutes. Because the after party from here is at 7. But anyway, I'll try and be respectful of your time. The organizer is looking at me here like, hey now. I'm Tejas. That's pronounced like contagious. I can say that now because the lockdowns, for the most part, are over. And I've had the privilege of working in some capacity, either as a consultant or as an employee, at a number of different tech companies across my career. And it's an opportunity that I'm really thankful for. And through it, I get to experience a bunch of different things, right? And today, I run a small but effective developer relations agency where we support developer tools, developer-oriented companies communicate, get their message across, and really refine that developer experience, okay? But that's not what we're here to talk about today. Today, we're here to talk about why everybody needs to use a framework. And you might be reading this and going, what does that even mean? Does everybody need to use a framework? And ideally, we clarify some of those things today. I just need to preface, I don't work on React. I've been working with React since 2013, 2014, and I deeply love it. I have the privilege of knowing some of the team, and the work they do is inspiring and is intellectual and solves real-world problems with high abstractions that just get the job done and make UIs the hero. So if we can hear it for the team, I would really, yeah. Yeah, it has, I think it's an understatement to say that React has revolutionized the way we build on the web. And I think it's worth acknowledging. So why does everybody need to use a framework? Where does this even come from? Earlier on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, Andrew Clark from the React team on Vercel posted this in January. He said, if you use React, you should be using a React framework. If your existing app doesn't use a framework, you should incrementally migrate to one. If you're creating a new React project, you should use a framework from the beginning. Some of you might be thinking, but isn't React a framework? Is React a library or a framework? We're not doing that today. Let's go on social media and fight. No, but React, but by framework, what Andrew is referring to is something like Next.js or Remix, etc. And I love this. I use framework. Any of you using frameworks here in production? Okay, almost everybody. For those of you not, let's talk about why. And this is what I want to do today, right? Because this is great, but I want to understand the mechanism that leads us to arrive at that conclusion. Like, why does one say this? And to understand the mechanism, you have to answer the question, okay, what even is a framework? And a framework is essentially a set of opinions. It's a frame within which you work, literally. Like it gives you opinions around routing, around data fetching, around where do you render, the server, the client, somewhere in between. These opinions are handled for you so that you can what? You can build your product with velocity. You don't have to solve these problems individually. So it's the opinions that help you accelerate your development workflows, okay? If we refine that a little bit, what do frameworks do? What do frameworks do? Well, a lot of them have overlap. This is maybe not every framework, but Next.js, Remix. They'll do server-side rendering. How many of you use server-side rendering in production? Okay, almost everybody who uses a framework, great. They solve routing, but not just on the client side, on the server side as well, isomorphic routing. And this is useful for a number of reasons, because previously, back when we were doing only client-side stuff, we used to send 404s. I don't know if you all remember this. We used to send 404 status codes from the server side, and then a 404 HTML page would pick up on the client side and give you an app. But this is fundamentally a lie from client to server. Okay? And frameworks solve for that. Number 3, data fetching is tremendously easier with frameworks. If I ask you, where's the best place and when is the best time to fetch data in your React app, what would you tell me? Would you tell me that I use effect and I fetch inside use effect and then I set state? That's a really common pattern, but that's a problematic pattern because it leads to what? It leads to, I see you, this is React Advanced, we're not in kindergarten here, right? It leads to network waterfalls. It leads to slow things. You've got to render first, that takes some time, it's CPU bound, and then you've got to fetch, and then you've got to render, and it's not fast, it's not performant, and your user experience suffers. So frameworks solve a lot of these problems for us and more. In fact, they solve all the edge cases that we'd probably miss because they're built by very large communities who run into problems that we may have next year today. Okay? So that's the theory of it, but I'm already bored with my slides. And I figured we just do a little demo for that. This is a demo that solves for those things. It solves for rendering on the server side. It solves for data fetching, et cetera. It's kind of interactive, and it's the end of the day. Let's just play. Since we're talking about server rendering and data fetching, we need a full stack application. We need a front end. We need a back end. There's plenty of ready-to-go backends. If you need a quick API, there's dog.ceo, where you can query a bunch of dogs. Since we're in London, I was on the search for a good backend, and I happened to find a stealth London-based startup that has been very quiet, but has been building something really cool. And I was so compelled. I had dinner with the founders last night, and I was compelled. Let's just put it in my presentation and show you all this. I have permission for this, but I want to just to fill out the full stack of the stack. This is the application we have. So if we go to the browser, and if we go to the code, okay. So it's a jokes app. It says no jokes. I don't know if you can read that. It's intentionally small, but it's essentially going to query a database where jokes live and render them, client side first, then server side, and we'll do that together. But we need to fill this database somehow. Let me walk you through the code a little bit, and then we'll fill it interactively. Okay, it's the end of the day, so let's play a bit. So if we look at the code, what do we have? We have a React app here. Is that font size okay? Can you see in the back? Nobody cares? Great. Okay, boom, there we go. So very basic React app. We're hydrating the document with a layout, and if we have a joke ID, it's an answer, otherwise it's a question. It's a question-answer type of joke, right? Why did the chicken cross the road? Because there was hydration. I don't know. Whatever. And so this is our application. We have questions, which is a component that effectively fetches data, but there is no data. So let's walk through the back end a little bit. The back end, I'm using this stealth startup. It's called Keel. It's a tremendous back end, frankly. This is the website. And what was compelling for me is it's one file. You write one file, you write one file, you git push, and it becomes infrastructure. And then you open a pull request, change the infrastructure. It's nuts. It's infrastructure as code, but you don't bring your own anything. It's fully managed. And it helped me prepare this demo really fast. So the backend is essentially this schema, if we go to here. So what do we have? This is our database. We have a joke. It has these fields, a question, an answer, and a source. And these are the things I can do from my API. So I get an API for free. I can list jokes. I can get a joke by ID. I can even validate a joke. Listen to this. This is the moment. I can validate a joke using AI. For real. And so validate joke, and it's here. And if I look at the code implementation, all of this, by the way, is code generated from this file. I don't really write any of that code. And if I go to validate joke, this is the code here. So I get the question, and I make sure it has to be at least 3 words, okay? And then we talk to OpenAI, and we say, for this joke, does it make sense as a joke? Respond with JSON, true or false. So that's the full backend, the full API, running on Keel, just with one document. And what I want to do in our time together is actually do that. So as you can see, in our app, we have no jokes. Let's make jokes. What I want you to do is create a joke. So how are we going to do that? Scan this QR code. I promise you it's not porn or anything. Just take my word for it. Code of conduct, I'm sorry. No, but scan it, and that's going to take you to WhatsApp if you have WhatsApp. It's a Facebook conference-ish. And what you're going to do is text a joke. So first part, why do developers like dark mode? Send that. And then second part, because it attracts bugs, because light attracts bugs, right? So something like that, okay? So you send a question, and then it'll say, great question, and then you send an answer. Experiment, we'll try it. If it doesn't work, the Keel folks are here, they'll just fix it. Anyway, so I'm curious, anyone WhatsApp working? Yes? Hands? Good, at least one, thank God. Okay, so I opened something up to the internet, and I'm scared, because I know what you're capable of. Please don't be rude. Okay, let's take a look at our Jokes app. And if I reload, I should ideally have something. If not, you know what? I'll just go on WhatsApp right now. This is my WhatsApp. Welcome. You can't see my messages. And I'll submit a joke right here. What is... No. Why do developers like dark mode? And now, depending on conference internet, it should say, love it. What's the punch? There we go. Because light attracts bugs. Ha ha ha, Tejas. Hilarious. Please tell me it's a good joke. The thing is, because it's, oh, great, it's saved. Okay. Oh, and there's an ad. Awesome. Anyway, let's reload. And what we should see now is we're fetching data. Great. A lot of people, thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's amazing. So, what is brown and sticky? Why? You can never trust people on the internet. I'm not even clicking on that. Anyway, so by the way, I think all of that brown and sticky, me? Who said that? Anyway, depending on what game we're playing, you know what I'm saying? So all of that came from one file, that whole backend, and I think this is really awesome. We'll get to the framework in just a minute, but this is the database that we have. So if we go here, these are your jokes that you entered. I'm kind of spoiling the punchlines, but I won't see them, I promise. But look at this. You invented all of this. Amazing. Anyway, let's get back to the framework. So we have this. Why was 6 afraid of 7, etc. So now, let's look at this is fully client rendered, and you can see that by the flash of unstyled. Look at this. It says no jokes, and then it fetches and use effect. This kind of sucks. Let's look at the React code that drives this. We go to pages question, and we go to questions, and this is what we're doing. So we're fetching from here. We're doing list jokes. We're getting the first 10, and then we set state, all on the client side. And this is really not the best way because of waterfalls, etc. And then we finally, return a map. We basically iterate over all the questions. If you've written React, this is not new to you. Okay. The problem is this is entirely client-side. So we have this flash of nothing in the beginning as we fetch. That's the waterfall. But even worse, arguably, is if we view source, the markup is really empty. There's no text. There's no jokes. There's nothing. So in an environment where JavaScript isn't supported, search engines that maybe don't execute JavaScript, you get nothing. Nothing is here. This is obviously a problem that framework solved through what? Through server-side rendering, right? So let's implement that. Anyone implement server-side rendering from scratch ever? Yes, my people, 3 of you, fantastic. The rest of you, we're going to do it. We don't have time to live code. We're going to do some Git gymnastics, but we'll get through it, okay? I'm just round of applause because I showed you my WhatsApp and censored my private chats. I think that's brilliant. Yes, fantastic, amazing. You can't, some of this stuff you shouldn't see, and you don't, so that's great. All right, so let's look at adding server rendering to this. What we're going to do is open the editor full time. And I learned a trick in Git. This is, I think you all maybe could learn this. So in Git, right, you can check out a commit by commit message. Anyone know how to do this? I learned this for the talk. Nobody! You're learning stuff. So to check out a commit by message, look at this. This is my Git log, whip, and I have add permission as my commit message. So if I go git checkout, and then in a string, :/commit message, boom, I go there. It's fantastic. But yeah, thank you. Today you learned, and if you learned, please go post it on social media so I see it over there. So let's check out the story. We're going to step 0. That's my commit here. Step 1, rather, sorry. And in step 1 now, we have a server. So let's go look at our server. Server.tsx. This is server rendering, but like bare bones, okay? This is just, we're understanding mechanism. Don't do this in production, okay? So what are we doing? we're importing React, and this render to string function is not really usable for production today, I would say, because it's synchronous, it blocks. Ideally, you use something asynchronous like render to pipeable stream or render to node stream, which implements the, or render to readable stream, which implements the browser version of streams. Ideally, you use something stream-based. For the purposes of education, we're doing this for reasons that will become clear eventually. We're using Express for a server, but you could use Koa, you could use Fastify, you could use whatever you want. I just like Express, and some other dependencies. So we initialize a server. We say read CSS and static assets from dist. And then we do this. We get a route parameter page. This can be anything. This can be question, answer. We dynamically import something from dist pages and then whatever's in here. Okay? And this is really why inside a framework, your page that you export needs to be the default export, because module.default is standardized. And if you do a named export like this, it's impossible to predict from the framework. This is why the opinions of the framework help you move faster. Okay? So we get the page component, we wrap it into a layout, and then we just send the HTML over to the client. That's it. This is server-side rendering for you. Finally, we listen. Right? This isn't that complex. It's like 25 lines of code. So let's take a look at this now, running in the browser. So we'll npm run build to bundle everything, and we'll just start the server. Okay? And now we'll go from port 5173, that's Vite on the client, to port 3000. And we have server-side rendering, but it says no answer. What's going on? So we go to /question, and it says no jokes. One really important thing to mention here is we are doing file system-based routing, right? So if we just look at the path and then import the module. So we do indeed have pages/question, and we're at /question here. But the problem is there's no jokes. Why is there no jokes? It's because we're not fetching data. We're literally just rendering to string. We're fetching in useEffect, but useEffect doesn't run on the server side. So we now have server rendering, but it's a half solution. What's the next half? Data fetching. We have to fetch data somehow. Now, there's multiple ways to fetch data. There's get server-side props. You can imagine kind of how that's done, right? I mean, we're already importing, if we take a look here, we're already importing the default export from this file. We could literally just import .getServerSide props. This is literally what Next.js does. And we call this function, fetch the data here, pass it as props. Okay? It's React Advanced. I'm assuming you can get there because we don't have time. But this is essentially how frameworks do it under the hood. I want to look at the new hotness for data fetching, which is server components. Server components is the answer to data fetching. It is the answer, period. I was talking to Satya here who mentioned it's like relay, but for everyone. He didn't say exactly that. I'm sorry. I misrepresented him. He's going to come see me after. But server components is the way. So let's talk about server components by implementing server components from scratch in whatever time we have. I didn't do this. I am not a React expert. I just use it for a long time. This is heavily derived from the work of one Dan Abramov, who wrote down server components from scratch. Literally, this is the GitHub page that he wrote. You're welcome to read it. It's long and informative, and I learned it. I read it, and I was like, you know what? This should be a talk. And so I asked Dan, do you mind if I, and he was like, yes, do it. So that's what this is. You can go read that. But this is the interactive, like I'll show you what it says. Okay? So how do we do server components? Well, for starters, we need, what even is a server component? That's a great place to start. A server component is a component that executes on the server exclusively. Right? All components are functions. Function components are functions. Built-in components are not. Function components that execute only on the server are called server components. They execute on the server, and what do React function components return? That's the question. What do they return? They return JSX, but they return JavaScript objects, right? Every React function component returns something like type is either a function component like this, and then props, right? And then props is like this, and then an array of children. Like this is most React components. Sometimes with server components, this type can be async. And then you get into like issues, like because React cannot render promises. So you need to somehow unwrap the promises. And this is where server components meet server-side rendering. If this is unclear, let's just do it. Let's write the code and explore this together. Okay? So how do we take, for example, our question component and turn it into a server component? So let's go here, right? We're doing some fetching here. So if we wanted to turn this into a server component, what do? We get rid of use state for starters, and we just basically come here and we await. And yes, the component with server components is an async component. Ooh, fantastic. We get rid of the dependency array. We get rid of, look at this, look, watch. Oof. Okay, so we get rid of a bunch of stuff. And finally, the TypeScript doesn't quite know that components can be async. So we solve it like we solve all TypeScript problems by doing that. So this now, thank you for laughing. It's valuable. So this is, Matt Pocock is not here, so we're good. So this is now officially a server component, conceptually. The problem is what? React cannot render promises, and anything async returns a promise. So we need some process to like await everything, fetch all the data, and turn async functions into regular function components. Okay, we need that piece to exist. How does that work? Let's look at it by checking out the next portion. So we'll git stash everything, and we'll check out number 2, which here. So some things have changed. This is now a full server component, async await. Let's go look at what happened on the server side. So if we go to server.tsx, a couple things. We have this new function now called unwrap.jsx. Okay, unwrap.jsx, and this is again just for the purposes of learning. It's way more complicated, but this is from Dan's thing. Unwrap.jsx is a function that looks at your big React tree of objects, right? Every React application, once again, comes to type is let's say type is a div, and props is something with children, and children could be literally like a deeply nested React set of objects, right? So this is valid. Let's actually maybe give it some value. Okay, so it looks at this. Okay, so this function unwrap.jsx will look at this and go, children can be a string, or a number, or a Boolean, or an array of things. This is actually legal, right? It could even be an async function component. It could be anything. Moreover, instead of a built-in component that's a string, this is valid. And with server components, even this is valid, right? So a whole bunch of things are valid. So this unwrap function is going to look at all of these cases and return a weighted JSX. Clear? So if our JSX here that we're passing to it is a string or a number or a Boolean, which is valid, right? We could just do something like children could be this. It technically could even be this. In this case, we just return it as it is. If it's an array, we await all of any promises that exist in the array fragment. If it's an object, and then if that object is a React element, this property, $typeof, indicates that an object is not just an object, but it's a React element. So if it's a React element, then what? There's two kinds, right? There's functions and built-in. So we handle the built-in case by if there's any async props, which may be children, we await them. For function components, similar. We await the props. We then call the function with its props. This is React, right? You call your component with its props. We await it. And then we unwrap that. So we just go through this whole long tree and await everything. And at the end of it, what do we have? We have a big tree with all the data dependencies resolved. Is that clear? We just have a tree with everything's fetched. Then what do? Then we hand that tree over to render to string, or render to pipeable stream, or something that will then take the output of server components and pass it along the network. In this case, the server-side renderer, render to string, render to pipeable stream, etc., becomes a client of the server component renderer. So the server is a client. It gets a little bit complicated, but that's essentially what's happening. So what does this look like in practice? Well, if we come here to our router/page, we're dynamically importing the default export. Before we render to string, we've added another step. We unwrap the JSX, and unwrap just means await all the promises, right? So we pass in our application. We say, hey, if there's something async here, await all of that. And then give me a JSX tree with all the data dependencies resolved. Render that to a string and send it, okay? Let's see how that works. So keep in mind, we're not using React on the client side at all here, okay? So let's npm run build the server and run it, and we'll reload, and there we go. So we are fetching data on the server. This is entirely server-side rendered. If I open the React DevTools, this page, I don't know if you can see that, but it says this page doesn't appear to be using React. The entire thing is server-side rendered, including the data dependencies are fetched on the server, and we get a full page. And some of you are looking at me going like, wow, you just invented PHP. Not true, and we'll get to that in a minute. But this is much richer because if we view the source now, what we see is a big HTML string with all of the jokes. Why was, gosh, let's make this a lot bigger. So why was 6 afraid of 7? We see the other joke. What did the left eye say to the right eye, etc. So we have rich markup that other clients can now pick up and read. It's absolutely phenomenal. And also, if we're doing any big imports of massive date formatters and things, all of that happens on the server. We don't ship any of that to the client. In fact, we don't even ship React to the client. There is no JavaScript on the client. It's brilliant, okay? So now you might be thinking, okay, that's great, but that's exactly where we started, more or less. What can we do now? Since the React Server Components renderer gives you a big JSX object, who else speaks this JSX object? React on the client side. Ooh, okay. So what we can do now is pick up that JSX object and do things with it on the client side. This sounds a little bit woo-woo, so let me show you a practical use case. Because of this, because of the server side, the server component rendering, we can now do things like soft navigation on the client side. Let's look at that. To start with, let's pick up React on the client side. As you can see, we're not using React at all. So let's add React and then go from there. So we'll check out the next branch, number 3. And we will, once again, run everything. But what's happening now is we're taking the server-side React and giving it to the client side. So here, watch. We are, on the server, sending HTML. Let's close this. Let's close everything and come back to server.tsx. OK. Let's actually check out number 4. What? Did my thing not work? Whoa. Hi. Sorry. You know how it is. Log. Git checkout 3. OK, cool. So what we're doing now is we have our whole JSX object. We're adding some script tags here to take the big JSX tree we created on the server, and we're attaching it to the window object. Okay? And then we're also loading React on the client side. But what's happening on the client side, and this is interesting. So this is entirely client side here. We are hydrating the document not with some layout component like this, but instead we are reading window.initialJSX. Where does that come from? That comes from the server. We literally hand it off here. The client picks that up and just hydrates based on server-generated JSX tree. Okay? What does that look like in practice? Let's npm run and see. So we'll do this, reload. Okay. So if we view the source of that, what we can see is window.initialJSX is our big JSX tree that we generate on the server side. Literally from the HTML, children here is head, etc. It's the entire document object. Okay? Since now the client and the server both speak that document object, we can do some really great things. And we'll finish with this. And I hope this gives you a nice primer into server components. So we'll go to question. And notice the problem that we face still is we don't have soft navigation. So if I click on one of these jokes to see the answer, for example, how do you throw a party in space? So if I click on this, watch the scroll position. Okay, I click on this, and it reset. Everything starts from the side again. You plan it. How do you throw a party in space? You plan it. I like that. But watch what's happening. The navigation is not soft, meaning I lose state when I navigate. So again, I click on this link, and what happens is it just resets the whole page. I hate that. I want to fluid. I want to keep the animation going. I want soft navigation. And you can do that because client and server both have the same JSX tree. So to do that, we'll finally check out our last branch. We'll npm run build. And let's look at how we're exactly doing that. So if we look at the code, on the client side, what we're doing is we're hydrating with the initial JSX we get from the server, but we hijack all the clicks on window. And if we click on an anchor link, or rather if we don't click on an anchor link, we do nothing. If we do click on an anchor link, we say, hey, browser, don't navigate. Don't navigate. We have a better plan. Don't navigate. What is the better plan? We pull down the entire document from the next page from the server, and we give it to React. That's what we're doing here. We pull down the next page We give it to React and we say, hey, React, just
Don't
re-render
Get Sentry.
with
Speed
this
up
new
slowdowns and prevent crashes.
So we're not
in
navigating,
React Native
we're
with just
soft
5 lines
navigating,
of code.
which is
So
just
your customers
re-rendering.
can actually buy your
What does that
product,
look like
and you can
in
get
practice?
back
Let's
to
take a look. So
whatever
we'll
it is you do for
build and run the server.
Content powers our
go back
digital
to
world.
slash
With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press
Perfect.
publish, it
And,
goes live on
of course,
all
the questions
devices and
appear.
channels.
We're scrolling.
Contentful, the
It
leading
looks good.
content
Which one should
platform
we-
for digital.
Component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product, and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product, and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices.
So we have lots of wonderful content that we have for you today, lots of amazing speakers. And the thing that I love the most about the speakers here is that we have speakers that have contributed so much to the React and JavaScript communities as a whole. And our next speaker is a legend in the JavaScript and React space. Mark Dalgleish is going to talk to us about simplifying server components. He is the CSS modules co-creator. He helped make Vanilla Extract. He's a Remix team member at Shopify. He also organizes Next.js. And I think his biggest achievement is that he's a dad 4 times over. Remember, if you want to have questions, go into Discord, go over to the Q&A Piccard track, and you can also let him know if you have any questions there. You can also use the Slido. And for the last thing that we're going to do, I would like us all, since it's the first one of the day, to stand up and give a massive standing round of applause for Mark Dalgleish.
Well, thank you. Please take your seats. So as you heard, my name is Mark Dalgleish, and I'm here all the way from Melbourne, Australia, which means it took me 21 hours of flying to get here. So thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here in London. Now, I've been working in the React space, can you believe it, for a decade at this point. I only realized as I was preparing for this talk. Now, some of you, as you heard, may be familiar with my work in React in terms of design system space, CSS modules, vanilla extract, design systems. But going back to why I got started in React in the first place, it was actually its server-side rendering capabilities that really sold me on React being fundamentally different to everything I'd used before, not just in the JavaScript space, but in web development in general. And for me, the really exciting part of it was that finally I got to bridge the gap between what we were trying to do with rich client-side interactivity in JavaScript, while also maintaining the progressive enhancement that up until that point, up until the push for JavaScript on the client, progressive enhancement had long been a value in the web space. And now React let me get the best of both worlds and solve some very real problems that I had at work at that time of trying to have rich client-side interactivity while also having that first load page performance, as well as, importantly, SEO support for Google for us at that time. So that work, that background for me in server-side rendering is what's ultimately led me to my current full-time work on the Remix team at Shopify, working really hard to make that progressive enhancement experience a reality for all of you. So it's in that context that I'm sure it's no surprise to you that I'm very interested in React server components, because it's such a big shift in terms of how we think about React. But I have to admit that when I first looked at server components, I found them quite intimidating. Not at a high-level API perspective, but more from the sense that I had less of an idea of how I'm supposed to think about the architecture of my application, what's the implications on how I think about and build my apps, how does it even work? And especially if I'm in a framework context, what does it mean to build a framework on top of server components? There are a lot of open questions, and people that I respected that knew a lot about React were also struggling with this question. But to me, this was in stark contrast to my experience with React up until that point, because I found that generally, I was always able to have a very simple mental model of how React worked. So, for example, if I had my app component that we're all used to working with, I could render it to an element on the screen. But equally, I could take that same application component and I could render it to a string of HTML on the server. This is what got me interested in React in the first place. And to me, this mental model was nice and simple. When it came to rendering a component, of course, early on, the natural question would be, what is a component, given every framework has a different take on what that sort of concept might mean. And what was interesting in React is that the answer was nice and simple, is that conceptually, components are basically pure functions that just describe what should be on the screen at that given time. So in the early days of React, we didn't have functional components. We had React.create class, and it would have a render method among other properties on that object. And inside of that method, we would have access to this.props on the instance of the component. So it's a very different API. But if you squint, it kind of felt like working with a pure function, and that's how I described it to people who were new to React. And then, funnily enough, of course, that ended up being the API that we deal with today. They literally are functions now. And of course, our components are going to be rendering JSX, and the question then would be, what is JSX? For many of us, especially in those early days, it was a very interesting question to have to deal with, but the answer was quite simple, is that JSX is just function calls. That's just the way you had to think about it. So when we saw code like this, that again, in the early days of React, for many of us, it was almost heretical that we'd be returning HTML elements from our JavaScript functions. It almost made no sense to us. But when it was explained to us that it's really just a syntax sugar for writing code like this, where you're just calling a function, passing in some arguments to describe what element you want, the element type, the props, the children, it was quite straightforward. So now that brings us to the latest question in React, which is, what are server components? Seems like a straightforward enough question. And the simple answer that people tend to reach for, I've found, is something along the lines of this, where you say server components are components that only run on the server. Now, the problem I have with this as an answer, beyond the fact that it's basically just rearranging the words of the question, is that it leaves me with no mental model for how they work. What are the constraints or trade-offs? What does that mean for my architecture? What can I do? What can't I do with them? How do I use them at an API level from React? So I had very little to work with here. So the goal here for my talk is to help do to you what I had to work to achieve, which is simplifying server components, hopefully not oversimplifying them, but simplifying them enough so that you have a good mental model of how they work in practice beyond the high-level APIs that you might write to generate server components. Now, the first thing that makes this tricky is the fact that React is sort of torn between whether it's a library versus a framework, depending on whether you're using it directly or whether, more likely, you're using it via some sort of meta framework. So that means today, if you want to get your hands dirty working with server components, you're probably going to be using Next.js, which means that you're not just learning about how to use server components, you're learning about a bunch of opinions on top that frameworks naturally have to provide. And so you're arguably not much closer to knowing what it means to use server components directly in React. So today what I want to do is show you what it looks like to use it via React as a library, because ultimately React is a standalone project. And so what we're going to do is take an application like this, very, very simple for today's purposes. We're not even going to deal with nested components here, just a basic app component that renders an HTML tag, a body tag, and a heading with some plain text inside. So what we're going to do today is start off by building a basic RSC server. Its job, as you might guess, is to render server components. Now, I call that out because that's literally its only job, is just to render server components and pass them off to the SSR server or to the client for live updates over the course of your running application. So like I said, we're going to keep this very, very simple. We're going to pull in Express. Now, I want to stress, I want to show you real code here and not diagrams, because this is what I felt like I needed in order to get some sense of what's happening here. We're pulling in Express. And here we're bringing in this render to pipeable stream function from React server DOM webpack /server. So we'll come back to that later, but we've got this function here. And now, like I said, we're going to keep this very simple, where literally any request to our Express server, we're going to render the same thing. But obviously, you can imagine in a real-world app, you're going to be dealing with data coming into the server to describe what exactly you want to render. So here we're going to render to pipeable stream, or a node stream, our app component that we saw before. And from it, we're going to get an RSC stream, and we're going to send that to our consumer. So we're creating a stream of the response of rendering this app component in our RSC server. So now that we've got our absolutely most basic possible RSC server, let's hook it up to an SSR server. Now, I'm going to call out the elephant in the room straight away, which is we've already got a server, now we've got an SSR server. The word server is getting thrown around a lot. We've got server components, and now we've still got this relatively old concept now in React of server-side rendering. And these two concepts are sitting side by side. To help demystify these two concepts, what I've found is it helps in this world to reframe the SSR server as being about client-side pre-rendering. Its job is to just take that initial view of what the browser is going to render that to HTML on the server, and from that point on, the SSR server, from a rendering perspective, its job is done. You're never going to talk to that server to get React components or HTML again. So it's kind of like it's just pre-rendering. The server aspect still happens on the RSC server later. So here our SSR server is going to pull in some libraries, of course. We're going to bring in the HTTP module, Node's HTTP module. We're going to pull in Express. Now, one thing I want to call out here that's interesting is we're importing from React Server DOM Webpack/client. Now, that might seem surprising at first that we're importing from client, but think of it in the same way that your server might have a REST client on it or a GraphQL client. In the same way here, we've got an RSC client, and we're going to call this create from node stream function. And then also, we're going to return a stream from this as well. So again, to keep it simple, any requests coming in, we're going to render the same thing. We're going to talk to our RSC server and get the RSC response. So that app component we saw before is coming in from the RSC server. And this is where it gets interesting. We call this create from node stream function. We've got the RSC response coming in. And from that, we're getting some virtual DOM. And from that, we can create HTML and send that to the client. So here we've turned that RSC server into HTML and sent it to the client. So this is the line of code I really want to hone in on, because to me, this was the one that opened my eyes the most to what's actually happening, is that we're getting an RSC response, we're getting something from the network, and we're turning it into virtual DOM. Why that's interesting? Well, virtual DOM is an easy concept for established React developers, because we deal with this all the time. Anytime you have a component rendering JSX elements like this, or assigning them to a variable in this case, you're creating these elements in memory based on code that's executing live in that environment. But the difference here, I guess what's interesting, is that server components is just serialized virtual DOM. It's taking React elements that were rendered on one server and one environment and sending it over the network to render somewhere else without needing the code that generated it. So this means, of course, that we can offload code from the client. And this is the whole point, that we can get fresh markup without having to rerun the code. So static HTML is simple to deal with. So again, if we're looking at this component where we're just rendering some basic tags with strings inside, of course, if you, like we talked about before, if you're familiar with JSX, you know that this maps to calls to create React create element. And since all of these arguments here are primitive JavaScript values, even without RSC, you could have done this years ago. You could serialize this into a string of nested arrays and send that over the network. And you can imagine writing code that would then do the reverse, turn this data structure into a tree of React elements. So that, as a problem, is actually not too complicated. But the problem then becomes, our apps aren't just static HTML like this. How do we deal with the interactivity that we expect with client-side apps? So let's take the canonical example of a counter component. We've got some state here where we're setting up this count state with a set count function. And then we have a button component that has an on-click handler. And inside of that, we call set count. So we've got some interactivity here. So if we were to take this counter component and nest it within this tree of React elements, we now have a problem if we're trying to serialize it. So if we were to take our basic implementation of stringifying the arguments to React create element, we can't turn this counter function into a string. There's no way to represent that in that format so we can send it over to the client. They need access to the code behind this, not just the component in memory. So that means that it's not even just strictly about components, really. It's just about being able to turn these things into a string to send over the network, to serialize them. So if you were to have a button component with a click handler, you're going to run into the same problem. So how do we get interactivity? Let's make this even slightly more complicated here and say that we're going to render our counter component in the tree with some props. We're saying the initial value is 0. So what does the JSX compile to in an RSC world if we can't send the real component over the network? So here we've got our app component, and of course the JSX is going to get compiled into something like this. We've got our create element call to HTML, we've got our create element call to body, as we've seen before. But here's where it gets interesting. Because we have this component in the mix, what we're actually doing in terms of what the JSX turns into is a React client reference. So this is like a placeholder in the tree saying, we don't have the actual elements here, we have a reference to a component that needs to run on the client. And it has an ID here of counter, and then of course being create element, we've got the props inlined there as well. So this ID of counter here, that needs to map to something so we know how to resolve that to the real component. And that's where the concept of this client manifest comes in. This is an object that maps these IDs back to basically instructions for how to resolve the actual code behind this component. So here the ID, it's the module ID in the module system. So the client is going to need to import from /component/counter in this example. Name is the export name. So if it was export const counter, you see counter here. If it was export default function, you would see default here. And then chunks with some information on what code to load as well. The thing I want to highlight here that to me was like the real eye-opener of how this works is that the RSC server gets to dynamically define which code the client should download. That's interesting because if you think about the use case that probably this is coming from in a Facebook sense is like the news feed, where you may have a feed of components that are rendered dynamically based on data per user, and what components are going to be on the screen is completely dynamic at runtime. Server components means that the server can tell every single consumer which code they need to download in order to render the different elements in that feed, something that would be really hard without RSC. So in some sense, if you squint, you can feel like you're going back in time a bit here in a good way, in that you're going back to this model of having server-side templating that just renders plain markup, and then the dynamic parts of your page are script tags that either have inline scripts or references to external scripts for how to bring that static markup to life. So it's kind of like going back to that model, but we do it in a way that fits into the way we've come to expect React to work, where we get a single component tree. We get to think in that sort of relatively single paradigm, even across server and client. We don't have to deal with the low-level intricacies of script tags. We can think at a component level. So from the client's perspective, this means that we can get new server markup from the RSC server dynamically over the lifetime of the app while keeping client state. This is the whole reason that we use React versus just setting inner HTML all the time. So if we have our client manifest, we have this object that says, how do we map these placeholders in the tree that we've serialized to real live components on the client? And again, client being both the SSR server and the browser. What we need to do is pass that in as the second argument. Earlier, I had an empty object just to keep it simple, but here, when we render our RSC stream, we're passing in the client manifest so that consumers of our RSC server are able to get instructions for how to resolve these client components that are nested within the tree. So the important thing to realize here is that it's all about serialization. It's about taking a tree of React elements and serializing them, and that means that the props need to be serializable as well. So in our basic example, you can see that because our initial value here is a number of 0, that's completely fine to serialize. But this is why you can't do things like, again, put a click handler on your client component, because if you think about it, at the end of the day, it needs to be serialized into this tree of elements to go over the network, and we can't do that. So the click handler, if you want to have click handlers, they need to be in the source code of the component, but not in the props that are in that component, that element tree. Interestingly, of course, in the React world, children are basically just props. At the end of the day, they're serialized in a similar way. And this is what allows us to do this interesting technique of nesting server components within client components. Because if you think about, again, that React tree, we've got our placeholder here, this React client reference for an alert component with a title prop. That's all serializable. And then the children here is a create element call. So it's a plain HTML element. Now, this obviously in real life, in a real project, could get a lot more complicated and could have nested server components. But the key point here is that we have a client component whose children is a result of another server component. So that's, and to me, I think seeing it as a serialization problem helps me understand the mechanism for how I can nest components but in the React tree, but I can't do it in the source code. So there are two types of elements we're dealing with here. The first is plain old serializable HTML elements. Again, it's like just static markup that we're talking about. And then for anything more complicated than that or interactive, we've got instructions in the React tree for resolving and rendering components. And this is where the whole concept of client components comes in. Now, of course, you don't write this by hand, just like JSX that we showed before. This is extending JSX to be able to do a lot more, in fact. And this is where bundlers come in. The whole point of using bundlers is to deal with this kind of complexity for us. And so when you, as a developer, put a use client directive at the top of a client component file, and then elsewhere in your app, in a server context, you're importing this counter component, you don't get a reference to the actual function because, again, we can't put that in the React tree. Counter, in that context, actually automatically becomes this object that we saw before, this client reference with the ID of counter put in there for us. And, of course, this ID needs to map to something in the manifest, and so that's going to be managed for us as well, this generation of this object of how do we map these placeholders in the React tree to the components that are going to run on the client. This is all managed for us. Because you need this integration with the bundler, this is why these long named packages exist. You've got the React Server DOM Webpack, ESM, in the future Vite, and so on. These exist to manage the differences between the different bundlers for us. And of course, in practice, just like SSR was years ago when we got started with SSR, wiring this up into a real application is complicated. And this is where frameworks come in, of course. So that's why, again, today you're going to reach for a framework if you want to use server components today. But if someone asks you, what are server components, hopefully, as a result of this talk, you're not just going to say, again, that rearranging the words that server components are components that only run on the server. You can say something like server components are just virtual DOM over the network. You can think about the fact that ultimately RSC is all about having serializable components, having trees of React elements that we can send over the network. And with that, obviously, comes some restrictions. But when you understand the mechanism, it makes a bit more sense. What I like, as someone who's been doing web development for a long time at this point, is that I get to think about it more primitively as server-side templating with script tags, but done in a way that feels more at home in React. Again, getting us closer to that world of the best of classic web development and progressive enhancement, but with the benefits of modern development that I've come to expect with React. I don't want to downplay the complexity, the very real complexity that's at play here, both in terms of the infrastructure, the tooling, and what you have to think about as a developer. But hopefully what I've done is given you a simple mental model to work with so that when you go back to your work and you look at server components, maybe for the first time, or maybe you've been working with it for a while, you have a simple mental model for how it works in practice and what those trade-offs mean for you in terms of your application. That's it for me. Thank you so much for listening.
That was an amazing talk. Putting the advanced in React Advanced. Please step into my office, just over there.
Just over here.
Grab a seat. The pink one's mine. Thank you very much. How do you feel? I always like to ask people that after their talks.
I feel good. Up first, it means it's out of the way, and I can sleep.
No, for sure. I really enjoy this because I use Next.js. Now it's my go-to whenever I'm building an application. And I understand how I use server-side components, but I've never necessarily dug deeper into how that information is going from the server to the client. So it's a good, I'm going to rewatch this talk for sure and compare notes with it as well. So for those of you who are joining, if you do have any questions as well, make sure you head over to the Slido. I think maybe the Slido QR code wasn't working for some people, I think, on specific devices. So I just wanted to let you know that you can go to slido.com and use the code 2010, so 20 and then 10, to ask your questions. And then as the questions come in, I will ask them to Mark. I really also loved the children are props, are just props point as well. One thing I wanted to ask is when you see server-side components and the way they're being used, what kind of mental models do you think people can use to make the decision about whether something should be a server-side component or whether they should be doing it in the client?
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
And you will take the credit. Just a reminder about the questions. I know there was a little bit, a few devices weren't necessarily scanning the QR code. Just want to remind you to use the code 2010. And even if your question doesn't get answered, you can always head to the discussion room, sorry, not to the discussion room, to the speakers Q&A downstairs later to check it out. All right, we have another amazing speaker. I have had the pleasure of listening to the speaker as well in the past. I know that some of people are going to go and check out the other track. Feel free to move along, just keep it quiet as you go out as well. Maybe let's give them yeah, let's give them a couple of seconds while they go.
If that's still good? Yep. Good. Oh, I'm live. Nice.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features, including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component making, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth.
All right, folks, settle down, grab your seats. Let's keep it down just for a little moment. We are about to explode as we invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is currently an indie contractor and has been working and fascinated by React server rendering for 8 years. He's a React query contributor and has written his own custom server renderers. He lives in Stockholm, Sweden, and is a cognitive scientist by education. He likes brewing beer in his free time, and I can't wait to have a beer with him after this talk. Give it up for Frederick, who's going to be giving us a practical guide for migrating to server components. Let's give him a massive round of applause.
Hi there. This is what I'm talking about. I'm a freelance consultant and a React query contributor, as he mentioned, and you can find me on Twitter. I actually changed that from X after I saw the polls, but I do say Twitter too. I'm FMJS there. So usually announcement comes at the end of a talk, but since TK Dodo announced this earlier this week, React Query or TanStack Query version 5 is live since Tuesday, so go try that out. So we won't be using any of these new APIs in this talk, but we will be using some of the new syntax. Okay, this is what we'll be talking about today. Planning and preparing, setting up for server components, migrating a single page, adding layouts, and also we'll talk a little bit about moving stuff to the server, but not that much. We only have 20 minutes. This is going to be a whirlwind talk. I won't be able to cover everything, but I hope to give you a roadmap to get you started and some helpful tips along the way. First, let's talk about some goals. If you have an existing app today and you want to use server components, you are going to want to approach this a bit differently than if you have a greenfield app. And we want this, first and foremost, to be an incremental migration, because big bang migrations never, ever work. This is also a huge new paradigm to learn, so we want to learn this step by step, and we also want to bring the whole team along as we do so. Maybe the people here at React Advanced has already read all the docs, seen all the talks, but your team might not have, so you have to gently lead them up these stairs, not just run up there. And to do this, we are going to keep as much as possible of the existing mental model of your application and your existing code. Or put a bit differently, don't try to do everything at once. And this kind of summarizes my talk, I guess. First, we want to get this to work. Then we can adopt all these new features that we're itching to adopt, right? And again, if you're starting a greenfield app, you might just want to embrace the future right away. In this talk, we are going to use Next and React Query. It is kind of a React Query talk in disguise, because I'll show you how to use server components with React Query, but that's not the main point of it. It will focus a bit on data fetching, though, and the reason for that is this. A lot of examples and migration guides that exist today have something like this. You're doing a fetch in a server component, you're adding some configuration, and that's it. But if you're building a complex web app today, you also have to deal with mutations and invalidations of data. And right now, before server components, there's only one way to do that, right? And that's on the client. So I want to talk a bit about how you do this if you're using a third-party library to manage your data fetching today. That doesn't have to be React Query, of course. Another thing is that the Next docs currently list 4 ways to fetch data in server components or when using server components or the app router. And I want to claim there's a 5th way, which is the way a lot of us might be doing it today, which is pre-fetching data on the server, but doing all the invalidations and refetching and things on the client, possibly with third-party libraries. Okay.
The approach we're going to take is to use server components mainly as data loaders and not render that much in them, keep the rest of the application as client components, and we're going to keep using React Query. We're also going to keep using your existing caching logic in your application, because you already have working caching, and caching is hard to get right? And the app router has four caches that interact with each other. And these are super powerful. They are great, and you want to opt into them later, after your migration is done, right? So to do that, we'll try to mimic the existing behavior that you probably have with get server-side props or get static props. And the way we'll do that is by exporting this configuration, force dynamic or force error. And we'll get into that. But first, we need to plan and prepare for this migration. And the very first thing you want to do is read all the documentation. Grab a coffee or a tea or something, spend an afternoon with these documents, the React documents, especially the Next migration guide and the rest of the Next documents. They are really, really good, very comprehensive. And any third-party library documentation too. Then you want to inventory your utils and your shared code. Think about if there's anything you need to do there to support the app router. You want to inventory your third-party libraries. Do they actually support the app router? And what are you going to do if they don't? You want to think about deployment, DevOps, tests, authentication. But you don't have to solve all of these things now. But it's very good to get a feel for the scope and anticipate any hurdles you might have for your application. Where is this going to get tricky for you? So the pages and the app router are, in a sense, two separate frameworks. They have their own bundles, and navigating between them is a full page reload. So that is probably fine for a lot of your pages, but for some pages it might not be. If you have a category page and a product details page that you navigate between very often, or something like that. So plot out which pages you think you're going to need to migrate together. Then you want to pick a basic first route to migrate. This is probably your company about page, right? If I care to guess. And then you pick a more complex second route to migrate. And the first thing you want to do is to wrap those in strict mode. This component is going to give you a bunch of errors to fix, or warnings at least. And the reason you want to do this first is that the app router actually uses concurrent features by default. So when you do page transitions, page navigations, that's a concurrent transition in the app router. So this is when all those bugs you have in your use effects and your refs and all of that is going to show themselves. In a sense, you could say that this is the real React 18 upgrade. When you're done with that, you can deploy it to your existing pages router. You will probably have fixed a few bugs along the way. Then you can bump your versions. You could do that before, actually, Next and React and any third-party libraries you have. You want to take care of a few Next-specific things. You can read about these in the docs. They're really good. But the only point I want to make is that you can use all of these in the pages router as well. So you can take care of all this and deploy it in your existing app. And then it's time for setting up the app router, migrating your first page, adding layouts. But we're all tired of this presentation now, so let's do a demo instead. Let's move over here, see if that works. Oh, that's the schedule. Nice. OK, so this is a homebrewing page. As you heard, I'm a homebrewer myself, so I picked out some classic British ingredients to brew British beer. We're also selling some casks here in the firkin and hogshead sizes. What's wrong with you? We also have our standard company about page, and this is the page we'll be migrating. It does have some data fetching for this timeline and these job openings. I want to be the head of hops. That's my goal. This page also has like your custom 404 page. And we'll start by migrating that. So the first thing we'll do is actually add an app folder here. And we also want to restart the dev server. But as soon as we do, and we reload this page, you'll notice that we no longer have our 404 custom 404 page. As soon as this app folder even exists, this stops working. So I'll just drag it over here. We want to make this, in this case, a client component, because this error component requires that. And we also want to rename this to not found. Now, there is a bug in the React Server Components bundler, but if we restart, it's gonna work fine. So we'll have our custom 404 page back. And this is currently working because I've already added a root layout here. It's a very basic one with just the HTML and body tags. So we'll migrate anything we need from the pages router next. The root layout is a combination of the document and the app components in the pages router. We don't have anything to migrate from the document. You might, though. But this app component does have a few things we want to migrate. We have a few providers here that we'll look at next. We have some metadata. We have some global CSS. And we want to move all of that over. But let's start with the providers. This providers component is setting up React Query with a query client and a query client provider. It has some very complex other provider. I don't know what that does. And the first thing we want to do is just add use client at the top of this. This is using a bunch of features that you can only have in client components, so it makes sense to do that. Next, we'll go over to the layout, and we will wrap this in the providers component. And the nice thing about this now is that if you change these providers, they're going to apply to both the pages and the app router. So it's kept in sync. We also had some metadata that we want to include. We can now export that as a metadata field. This is typed, which is nice. So you catch any typos. And we want to add this global CSS as well. The final thing that I've already done is you want to add these error components too. The global error one needs to include its own root layout because that catches errors in the root layout. And this other error component you want to include as well. These are detailed very well in the next docs, so you can go read those. Oh, sorry for letting you stare at that 404 page for a few minutes. Let's next move this company page over. So what we want to start off by doing is looking at what this looks like today. And let's start with the get server-side props that we have here. In this get server-side props, we're currently creating a query client. We are prefetching a bunch of data that we need, navigation, footer, timeline, and job openings. We are dehydrating that data to the client and putting it on a hydration boundary. This was called hydrate in v4, but it's now hydration boundary. And this is what makes that data available on the client or during the SSR pass, so to speak. So the get server-side props is prefetching, and this is making it available. And then we have this component with navigation, company section, and footer. This company section, that's the component that actually uses useQuery to read the job openings and timeline data. And the navigation and footer is doing the same. So let's start by moving this over to the app router. And we'll rename that company. I'm going to keep this as a client component. So we want to go ahead and add use client at the top here. But I'm going to move the rest of this into a server component. This is the prefetching part. So I've just set up some imports here to save us some time. We'll paste this in. We will move all of this data fetching over to the component instead, which we can now make asynchronous because this is a server component. We'll remove this. We actually need to remove that. It's no longer coming from props. We don't really need the props here. You Just go ahead and remove that. And the final thing we want to do is to export this configuration option, dynamic, force dynamic, to mimic the caching behavior of get server-side props. So it always revalidates as soon as this page is requested. And in my case, I also want to remember to rename this to page. So when we reload this page, everything works. Migration demos are probably the most boring ones ever, because it always just looks the same afterwards. How do we even know this is using the app router, right? We actually have to go into the console here and maybe check out network and reload to see that this is using the app router features. And if we click back to the main page, we'll see that this is a full page reload, but it's very quick, so you won't notice unless you actually stare at the DevTools. And if we move back to the company page, it's a full page reload again. OK, cool. But this looks a bit weird. Why do we have to have the navigation and footer inside of the company component here? We want to move that to a shared layout, the step 4 of this presentation. So I'll just go ahead and remove this. We could remove this entire component now, but I'll keep it in the interest of time. It also doesn't seem to make sense that we're prefetching footer and navigation data in the company page. So I'll go ahead and remove that as well, if this plays nicely. And the place that seems to make sense to have this navigation layout is in the root layout for this page. So what we can start off by doing is grabbing this, which is exactly what we just deleted, prefetching the navigation and footer data and these queries. And we can grab this. And the secret here is that you can use multiple hydration boundaries. So this root layout is using one hydration boundary to hydrate all the queries needed for the root layout. And the page is using another hydration boundary to hydrate all the company page data. And you can use however many you want. If you have parallel routes, etc., you can prefetch data wherever you have a server component. OK. And now the navigation and the footer is back, as you could see. Last point in this demo is that we are not using suspense here. This is just the regular use query API, which means that this page is not streaming SSR. It's just a regular, like, here's your HTML, right? As soon as you add a suspense boundary, if you have an application that uses suspense now, for example, that you're migrating, as soon as you add that suspense boundary, this opts into streaming when you're using the app router. So if you're deploying to Vercel, that's going to work out of the box. But if you're doing a custom deployment, you are going to want to check that it supports streaming. Check your CDN that supports streaming, that it's configured for it, etc. If you're not using suspense today, there's no need to add suspense as part of the migration journey. This works fine without it. But the cool thing is, even if we're not using the React Query suspense APIs here, we can actually add a suspense boundary anyway, because the server component is suspenseful. So now the navigation data is really quick, but the company data is slow. So when we reload the page, we can get the navigation immediately and have a spinner for the rest, even if the third-party library in this case is not doing the suspense heavy lifting, so to speak. OK, let's move back to the slides. When you've migrated your first page, you want to deploy it to production, find any bugs. Then you can keep adding more pages, adding more layouts, structuring your application. And at some point, you're going to feel the itch to not do migration work anymore and start moving stuff to the server. And my advice there is start simple and look for the quick wins. This company page probably doesn't need React Query, right? You can rip that out pretty quickly and have the entire page just be a server component and move that use client boundary down or just remove it entirely. And then you don't have to ship all that JavaScript to the client. So when you do start migrating stuff to server components, I do have one piece of very important advice. Let's pretend we're migrating this navigation component and especially this shopping cart. And then it might be tempting to do something like this if you're using React Query. You're fetching a query, And you are dehydrating that data to the client as you were before. But you're also passing cart items.length here to the cart icon. And why is this bad? Well, if you're using React Query here, you're probably also using it to mutate that cart. You're adding cart items. And when you're doing that, you're probably invalidating this query in the client components. But that doesn't make the server component re-render. So the cart items.length is going to stay 0 in the server component while items are being added to the cart. So here's my advice. Don't render dynamic data in server components, if you're using third-party libraries at least. If you're opting into the whole new Next paradigm, this is going to work. It will revalidate the server component, but that's only a later step if we're talking about the migration journey. So while you're migrating, use as many client components as you want or need, because there's nothing wrong with them, especially when you're migrating. Another way to put this is don't mix data ownership between server components and client components. So a few takeaways. Prepare step by step. Try to keep as much of your existing mental model as possible. Opt out of any complexity that you can at the start, like caches. And to mimic what you're probably doing today, if you're building a complex web app, preload data in server components, but let client components handle the rest of the data lifecycle. And this should hopefully be applicable whether you're using React Query or some other library. But read their docs, of course. If you want to learn more, Lens has a talk where he talks more about suspense and streaming. And Jack has a great talk where he goes more into state management and server components in general. And that Jack's talk will be at the start of the stream if you're joining us remotely, and Len's talk will be a little bit later in the day for those joining us via stream. Thank you.
That was amazing, Frederick. Yes, please take a seat. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
All right.
What's the podcast name?
The podcast name? That is a very good question. The podcast name is Questions. Question time with Frederick, right? Oh, no, we should definitely put some beer reference in there. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll think of a good name as well. I really enjoyed this talk. Actually, as you were talking, I've already decided on some things I want to change and try out on a Next.js app that I've been building. So I'm going to probably go get my laptop in the break and see if I can play around with that. It should be okay. Should be okay. All right, let's jump straight in to the first question, which is from Dennis. Says they're missing the why, right? Why would we want to migrate server-side components? Do you have some use cases? I know Mark talked about this as well earlier, but do you want to just give your own 2 cents as well?
I love that question. It was one of the slides that I had to cut in 4 times, and I can talk a bit about that as well. Well, that depends on your application, right? So not all applications might gain that much by using server components. So this talk kind of expects you to have already figured that out and decided that you do want to migrate. But there are a few good reasons for a lot of apps, like this company page. Why are we shipping so much JavaScript to render that company page again on the client, right? When we could have that as mostly static content. There might also be other features that you want to ship later on down the line, where all of these 4 caches in the app router, for example, are really powerful, where you can invalidate data from.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features, including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service.
Applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to get out of the way and I'll be around, but we are going to have more amazing speakers, so check it out. And I'm going to hand it over to my wonderful, my bad, I think I missed a slide. We'll be having a couple of minutes of a break before we actually go to the next session. So if you want to stay here, feel free to chill. You can go downstairs, you can have a coffee and come back right up. And then also you can check out some of the other tracks as well.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes months with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you've all been recharged, gotten a coffee, decided that this is your track for the next talk, because we've got a really good one in store for you. I've got to admit, I looked this one up beforehand, and I was just delving into it, and I'm pretty excited. And there's going to be a really good live demo at the end. So set your expectations, get them up there, get them up there. So before we kick off, we want to obviously give a nod to our sponsors. Our sponsors are the reason why we're able to do this in the first place. So SourceGraph is a universal code search tool. It enables us to be able to fix, find, and better understand all of our code. Really great for legacy code bases, code reviews, getting up to speed on unfamiliar repos, and it just gives you the confidence of, this is their line obviously, the compiler-accurate code navigation. So that is SourceGraph, and you can find them downstairs. I'm sure they've got excellent stickers. But without further ado, let's get you your question QR code ready. Make sure that you scan this so that you can have access to the Slido to ask our next speaker all of your questions. Now, up next, we've got Michael DePrisco. So he has a decade of development experience in the field. Michael still modestly claims that he's getting his head around development. I don't think that's true. I think you'll be able to see from his next talk that he very much has a strong handle on the field. So he is a full-stack developer with a strong experience in the back end, and he's passionate about all things JavaScript. Now, he's speaking to us today about leveraging the event loop, and he'll be covering off how the event loop works. He'll have a specific focus on covering the microtask queue and making best use of that to be able to provide performance improvements to our web applications. I'm speaking way too fast. I think the coffee got to me in the last break. If you see me running laps outside, I'm just getting the energy out. But I'm really excited for this one. So Michael's talk, Leveraging the Event Loop for Blazing Fast Applications, is coming up right now. So let's not keep you async awaiting any longer. Michael, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. How are you doing? I hope you are enjoying London since now. Yeah, it's rainy, but it's a lovely city. So, as Jessica said, I'm Michael DePrisco, known on the web as Cadevan. I'm a senior developer in Jointly, and I'm a junior father at home. And I'm also an open source contributor. But I'm not the main part of this talk, so first of all, sorry for my English, and I'm Italian, so yeah, whatever. And let's go to our table of contents. So what are we going to talk about today? We have 3 main topics we want to cover. Of course, we will not dive deep into all of them because we have 90 minutes, as I can see. So we will talk about what is the event loop, so we'll briefly talk about it. We will then talk about the microtask queue, so our main topic will be that one, so we will go deep dive into the microtask queue, and then we will go a live demo. As we all know, live demo always go well during events, so I promise you learn something. Yeah, so someone had to make some bad jokes, and I decided that was me. And please, raise your hand if you know what the microtask queue is. OK, yeah, let's hope they are a little more later. OK, so let's start with a couple premises. So one step back before starting our real journey. Let's try to answer 2 important questions today. So is JavaScript single-threaded? Yes and no, but yes. So you know that many of us work with React, okay? So we work in a browser. Some of us also work in Node. And you can leverage multiple threads. But the ECMAScript specification, let's say the list of rules around the language, do not allow for multithreading. So in fact, JavaScript is single-threaded. Yet it can do things that only a multi-threaded environment could allow it to do. So first of all, let's answer this question. So what is a JavaScript runtime? Let's say JavaScript runs in some sort of box container, let's call it how we want, and it's mainly composed of 2 parts. We have the engine and the runtime. The engine is, for example, the Chrome V8 engine. So it's the part that parses and executes our code and makes sure everything is in order, okay, and launches all of our code. And then we have the runtime. The runtime is the set of APIs on top of what the engine can do. So let's take the most famous duo in the JavaScript ecosystem, which are, of course, the browser and the Node, and we will specifically talk about Chrome browser. Why that? Because they share, both Chrome and V8, and Node share the V8 engine. So we have something in common. The parser and the executor of the code is the same. But of course, Node and the browser are, well, different beasts, okay? So in Node, you have, for example, the file system API. You can call the file system, ask for files, directories, etc., which is something you can't do You can do with the exact same API on the browser, because the browser provides its own set of web APIs. Let's think about the DOM. You can't interact with the DOM in Node, because it's not part of the engine. The console.log, for example. Did you know there are 2 different implementations of the console.log? So it's not a specific part of the engine, but is provided by the runtimes. OK, so now that we settled all those 2 questions, so we said that JavaScript is single-threaded, yet Node isn't, Chrome isn't. So let's take a look at what the event loop is, effectively, so we can better answer both those questions. So as you can see, this is a really awesome representation from Lydia Ali of the event loop. And as you can see, we have 3 main parts. We have a call stack, a microtask queue, and a macrotask queue. Of course, there are many other moving parts, but for the sake of simplicity, this is enough. And we have this thing called the event loop right there that just provides some order in all of these 3 things. So the call stack is our current execution, okay? So what our main thread is doing. And then we have the microtask queue and the macrotask queue, which are effectively used to free up our main thread from some hard computation or some non-immediately executable functions. So this is how we can have a sort of multi-threaded execution even in a single thread runtime, okay? In a single thread execution. So let's look at this GIF going. So as you can see, as soon as the call stack empties, things from the microtask queue are being brought into the call stack, and then we go to the macrotask queue. So as you can see, there are some simple APIs that you can use to interact with the microtask queue, which are process.nextTick, promise callback, async functions, and the queue microtask. And then we have the macrotask queue with set timeout, set interval, and set immediate. And yeah, you read it correctly. The process.nextTick is something that is done in the current tick of the microtask queue, and set immediate is effectively done later in time, because yeah, we are pretty good at naming things in the JavaScript ecosystem. So let's talk about 3 main concepts of the event loop, and you see they are like a semaphore there. The first thing we have to mention is run-to-completion operations. So what do we mean by run-to-completion operations? Having a single call stack and having a single thread of operations, JavaScript allows us to be sure that our execution is going from the start to the end before another one starts. So let's make it clear, there is no concurrency in JavaScript as itself. Okay, we can reach some sort of concurrency in some ways, but of course this is one of the main concepts to make the event loop work. So just one thing at a time can be done in our call stack. The second thing worth mentioning is leveraging queues to free up the thread. So as we said before, we have the microtask queue and the macrotask queue, which are used to put all the non-immediately executable operations. And so this frees up our thread and makes our call stack keep going, okay, and our thread not blocking. The third thing is that the timeout isn't granted. This is red because it's a red flag I usually see when developing applications, also with myself. What do we mean by the timeout isn't granted? So let's take, for example, a set timeout of 1,000 milliseconds. Okay? So we wait for 1,000 milliseconds, and then we execute our operation. If we try to bring in some timestamp, okay, we will see that 1,000 milliseconds is the least amount of time it will take for our operation to be executed. Because as we saw before, we have all these other things going around before the call stack gets our operations in place and executes them. So that's what we mean by the timeout isn't granted. And those 3 things are what makes the JavaScript ecosystem at all to be a non-blocking even by leveraging a single thread. Of course, when we are working in Node and in the browser, we have some multi-threading operations that can happen, but still our main thread is only one, and only one can execute our call stack. Okay? So we have worker threads, we have web workers for the web, etc. Still, JavaScript is effectively single-threaded. So the main operations are going for the main call stack. So as we said, Node, Chrome, etc., allow us to free up our main thread. So I found out it was interesting to have a look at how to block the main thread effectively. Okay, so let's start with the worst case scenario. So here we have, is this a llama or an alpaca? You know what the difference is? No? Well, one is not in the picture. So we have two buttons. Yeah, it's a llama, by the way. We have two buttons. One is an I/O blocking one, and the other one is a non-I/O blocking one. I have this image moving. Now I will make it start. And as you can see, I can continuously click the non-I/O blocking button, and nothing happens. But as soon as I click the second one, everything breaks. Okay. So how can it happen, and how can we avoid it? Let's look at our simple implementation of those buttons. So as you can see, we have two event listeners with a click event, and we call the unsafe and the safe loop. So let's start with our I/O blocking button. And as you can see, we are calling the unsafe loop function. So what does the unsafe loop function do? Well, effectively, nothing. But we are implementing an infinite loop. So why is that? Because even if there are no operation between the parentheses, we are still continuously asking our call stack to bring something on the table, okay? So we are effectively going to fill up our call stack until, Chrome, for example, is good enough to tell us, hey, please stop. But in the past, yeah, your computer will burn. Okay, so this is the first case. Then we go to the non-I/O blocking button, which does almost exactly the same thing, but calls the set timeout API. And remember, we are talking about the macro task queue, and this is an important difference we will cover later. So the macro task queue effectively acts in a different way as the micro task one, because let's think of the event loop as a circle, okay, with a dot in it doing a 360, okay, and whenever it reaches the end, it starts another tick. So in the browser, that tick can be the repaint of the page. And when we are leveraging some macro task API, like the set timeout, we are effectively asking our dot to complete its tick. And then when the new one starts, we can look if there is something in the macro task queue to bring into the call stack. So that's why we can effectively create a non-infinite loop, even if this execution will continuously going. So our main thread will still be free, because we are asking our tick to end every time before starting to call again our safe loop function. So then we can go back to our initial question. So what is the micro task queue? Well, this is probably one of the most misunderstood part of the event loop, because it acts in a specific part of it. And let's take the example we did before. So we have this circle with this dot going around 360, and whenever it ends, it starts a new tick. The micro task queue acts effectively as a last step before the next tick begins. Okay, so we are in the current tick, but we can still ask our call stack to be filled up with things that we have to do, for the last part before, as an example in Chrome, re-rendering the page. Okay. So yeah, so far so good. But what are we building today? I promised you a live demo, and we have 4 steps to victory. The first one is a project scaffolding, so a simple HTML page. A basic signal implementation leveraging JS classes. I know this is not the best way to do this, but for the sake of simplicity, I decided to go for classes because we can still see a lot of improvement there. The third part will be a bare-bone benchmark, so we will track the time needed for, 100,000 updates, 1 million updates, whatever. I have an M1 max, so we can go up to 10 billion. And the fourth part will be, of course, implementing the micro task queue. So let's see some code. I prepared some simple scaffolding, so yeah, the first step is done. So we have this simple Chrome page. Can you all see it? Okay, is it good? Fine. So we have our paragraph, our simple paragraph, and we will do the best anti-pattern ever. We will put the script inside the HTML. Like the good old days when we did that. Okay, so let's start by creating a new class, which is a signal. Yeah, let's be clear. The class is, you all know, it's syntactic sugar, but there are many backgrounds here. Not all of us started with React, with JavaScript, etc. So this is the best way to go for it. So we will go simple. So our signal implementation will have just an HTML element and a value attached to it, and the possibility to change this value by updating the object. So I know I can use some private properties like with the hash, etc., but I don't want to do that. I want to do this for simplicity. So we have some, let's call them internal values. We will have our constructor, which will take an element and an initial value, and we will save them. Yeah, thank you, Copilot. Okay, so we have our simple constructor. Of course, it's doing nothing. And we have our render function. Our render function will simply take our element and will bring some dangerously set inner HTML to it. Okay? You remember when it was easy to just bring some inner HTML to the page, and now you have to keep a flag, you know, set it to true. Are you sure you're doing that? Okay, so we are calling the this.render function, and we are done. Now we have, of course, to attach our signal to our HTML element that we called paragraph. So let's call it London paragraph, okay? And of course, we create a new variable called myLondonSignal. Yeah, if I can spell correctly. New signal. Oh, yeah, thank you again, Copilot. So yeah, we are calling the new signal, so we are calling our constructor with the document get element by the London paragraph and our initial value, okay? So let's see if it works. Of course, it's not working because we are not calling the render function. How stupid am I? So, yeah, so let's try to, okay, so now it works. London is awesome, woohoo. Okay, so we have our signal implementation. And of course, we have to bring some salty magic here. So we have a get value that you can leverage later that will pass our internal value. And of course, a set value with a new value that will effectively update our internal value and call our rendering function. Okay? So far, so good. If I try to, how did I call it? My London signal. If I try to change the value of this signal, okay, it works. So it's a pretty simple signal implementation. And now we can do some benchmarking around it. Yeah, so please, Copilot, help me, because I never remember the date.now API. Okay. So we save a start time. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going for date. I'm not going for some micro time management, etc. So let's go for, I want to go for, yeah, 100,000 updates. Did you know you can write integers like that in the new version of the ECMAScript specification? Yeah, it's really awesome. Okay, let's try to update this value 100,000 times, and let's try to see how much it needed to update those values. Okay, so as you can see, it's taking 70 milliseconds. Of course, we are on a pretty powerful machine. So let's bring up the game a bit. Let's go for 1 million. Yeah, we're getting close to the second. Okay, 600 milliseconds. We can update it a couple of times. Yeah, 584. Okay, so now we are ready to leverage our queue microtask API. And how hard can that be? Well, it's pretty simple, in fact. So first of all, we are going to talk about a queue. Okay, so we are effectively putting this rendering operation in a queue. So let's say is in queue. Okay, just a simple internal value we can leverage later. In our constructor, of course, we will provide some initial value to false. Our render function is not being touched till now, and we are going to do the magic right here. So if this is already in queue, return. But if not, window.queue microtask. It's just as easy as that. And we can pass a function here to say, hey, okay, whenever you are in the queue microtask, just say this is in queue equal to true. So whenever we call again the render function, it is not being called. And okay. So there we have it. So if I didn't do anything wrong here, yeah, okay, I did something wrong. Yeah, it's not a problem. Yeah, because I moved it in the wrong place. So this is something to be aware of, because the render function is not the best place to put these kind of things, but we have a better place, which is the set value. And of course, we are going to go back to our initial implementation. Okay, this dot value. And here, we are going to say, if this, let's say if not, this is in queue. Window.queue microtask. Let's write it again, just to be sure we don't make anything wrong here. This is in queue equals to true, this dot value, and this dot render. So let's remove those one from here. And okay, yeah, let's make it refresh. Okay, as you can see, we had some performance benefit, not as much as we imagined, but of course it's just for the sake of simplicity of this demo. And of course, you can go, you can do this in many parts of your applications, and if you do it properly, not as I'm doing this right now, as I have 1 minute left to complete this demo, you can effectively reach 100x performance improvements on your Signal implementation. So, if what I explained till now is good, it was good enough, that was really an expected result. If not, I'm sorry. So you can have a look at Jake Archibald in the Loop talk, which is really awesome and really goes even deeper in the microtask queue and how its inner workings, are interacting with our event loop. And now that, of course, we saw like a 3x, 4x improvement in our performances, but hey, it's really awesome. It's like 25% of the performances we had before. I'll ask you again, so please raise your hand if you know what the microtask queue is now. Yeah, at least one more than before. Okay, so why don't we always use the microtask queue, you may ask. So we saw that is the implementation is easy. It's a simple API. In some other demos, some other implementations, I literally passed from 600 milliseconds to 7 milliseconds, and I will have a QR code later. So why don't we always use the microtask queue? Well, as we like to say in Italy, all that glitters is not gold, because as we saw before, the microtask queue acts before the next tick begins. So what does this mean? That if we go to our previous implementation of the safe loop, and we just change it to a promise.resolve.then, we are effectively creating a new infinite loop. So why is that? Because the promise.resolve puts the safe loop function into the microtask queue. Our dot goes till the end of our event loop and says, okay, microtask queue, do you have something for me? Yeah, sure, take this safe loop. Okay, it's a promise.resolve.then. Let's bring it into the microtask queue. Let's do this again. Do I have something? Yeah. And we are effectively creating a new infinite loop. So please be aware of the fact that you can leverage this to do some last steps before refreshing your page, repainting your page, but still you can encounter some infinite loops there. So as I like to say, the event loop is the only infinite loop you want to have in your app, so please remember what we said about the microtask queue today. And yeah, I know 20 minutes passed, but I'm going for the question, yeah, so I guess it's fine. You may ask some use cases for it, because, of course, you don't need to update 1 million times your paragraph in your page. And, well, everything that can be batched together as an operation can literally be put into a microtask queue to be executed just once. So let's take, for example, an array of names that you have to sort whenever a new one comes in. And you have a CSV import in your page. I don't know. So you bring in the CSV, you take all the names, and every time a new name comes in, you rearrange the array. So with this implementation, you can simply say, did I already ask for my array to be resorted? Okay, so just do this in the microtask queue, and maybe in the microtask I can put a use state somewhere. Okay, we are in a React conference, so let's put things into a state. So you put things into the state, and then just one time the operation is being done. So if you want to see a better implementation and a more wow one, because it's literally 100x change, you can look at a simple repository I created, which is a super simple Signal, of course. And it's similar to this one, but it's using the prototype-based approach. And it's on my GitHub. You can have a look at it. It's simple enough. It's just one page of JavaScript. It's like 40 lines of code, if I'm not wrong. And here we are for the questions.
Thanks so much, Michael. Thank you. Yes. Brilliant. Yeah, shall we Do you want to join me over here for I guess Nathaniel called it a podcast, so we're now stepping into a different form of
question podcast.
Yeah, the question podcast. That was excellent. Thanks so much for taking us through that. I think the thing that kind of got me thinking the most was, of course, the use cases, but I think we should go straight to some of the questions that came in around using the microtask queue. So let's just quickly highlight. So should we always use the microtask queue outside the render function?
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once, and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
break. We'll be reconvening at 11:30 for our next talk.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Weebly allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows.
You ready? Welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope you had a good break. Hope you're feeling revitalized, caffeinated, adequately caffeinated. Don't know if you saw me earlier on today. I was just a little bit jumpy. I think 3 espresso shots in one go is probably too much for me, anyway, for now. But thanks very much for coming back. We've got a brilliant next talk coming up, and don't worry, I won't just say that about all of the talks. Maybe I will, maybe I will. But first off, we need to just pay a bit of respect, a bit of praise to our sponsors. So Content.ai is a headless CMS with native AI support and tools for end-to-end type safety. So if you're looking for a headless CMS, I think there's lots of options today from our lovely sponsors. So head down to the exhibitors room and you can have a little look of what's on offer. Now, don't forget to ask your questions. You're definitely going to want to scan the QR code for this next one. And if you've got Slido natively installed, you can type in this code here, 2010, and get that up and running. Now, I think my esteemed co-host is here.
Oh, thank you to that one super fan at the back. Sorry, I was running around because I was talking to our virtual audience. Everyone, just turn around, there's a camera in the middle, and wave to the virtual audience. They've been joining us, so I was giving them a little tour of the place, showing them all of the different spots. walking around and showing them how they can get involved. You can get involved here with the Slido. You can also go to the speaker discussion room and ask questions in person. But now I rushed back because I would love to introduce this next speaker. Now, one of the things I love about being around the React circuit is that I get to see some of my favorite people over and over again. And this person, every time I see them give a talk, someone in the audience says, wow. And I'm pretty sure one of you are going to say, wow, today. Hey, oh, I didn't even mean to do that, but I'm glad I did. All right. Let us give, in a moment, a massive round of applause for a developer at AxoDev and the author of the opinionated guide to React. They are a GraphQL and open source enthusiast. They do so many conference speakers, and because they travel so much, they are an expert on airports. So definitely ask them for their opinion on their favorite airport. If you are watching remotely, head over to the Q&A Piccard track to ask your questions as well. But without further ado, let's give it up, talking about the unlikely friendship between React and Rust, for Sarah Vieira.
That was a terrible high five. It was really bad. Sorry, I have an SD card as the creme de la creme. Okay, so I don't actually have to do anything on the computer, so we can just, yeah, there we go. That's my mouse, as you can see. And I want to say that I am indeed, like, I'm not an expert in airports, I'm just obsessed with airports. I'm really obsessed with airports. I'm still waiting for people, so I'm just going to talk about airports for like a minute. So, like, I know there's some people here from Portugal, and when you're from Portugal, you kind of assume that everything your country does is kind of like below average of every other EU countries. So I thought the same about airports. That's not true, because then I went to Luton, and my life changed for the worst. It was like a realization moment. I was like, oh, Portugal isn't that bad. I mean, I still left, but sure. Okay, give me some time for people to come in, but yeah. So I'm going to be talking about the unlikely friendship between React and Rust. So about 6 months ago, let me just introduce myself. So my name's Sarah, or Sara, but if you call me Sara, I will answer you in Portuguese, and you'll have no idea what's happening, so please call me Sarah. That confuses my brain. My name's Sarah, and I am, again, originally from Portugal. I'm a founding engineer at Axo.dev. Axo.dev is a very small company. We are fully... I forgot my phone. Nathaniel, can you bring me my phone? Nathaniel is not there. Sir, can I get my phone? I need my cheats. I was trying to be an adult and be like, I'm not taking my phone to a talk. Okay. So, yeah, so we basically do a lot of, like, I mean, you can, if my mom asks, I say I work with computers. If someone else asks, I say we do, like, development tools mostly for the Rust community. So I've been doing Rust. And Rust isn't that bad. Like, I'm not going to say that it's easy, but you get used to it, right? You get used to how good it is in terms of, like, if something, like, builds, then it's most likely going to work. And that's nice, right? That is very nice. So what is my purpose here today? I'm here to make you look at Rust code. I'm here to make you look at it and be like, what the fuck? And be like, oh, so that's how she felt when she went to Luton. Yeah, that's how I felt when I went to Luton. I have not gone back to Luton. I refuse to go back to Luton. I know there's a tram now and you don't have to take the bus. I don't care. I will not go back to Luton. Okay, so we're going to talk about Tauri. Okay, I can't see anyone, so I'm going to ask you to make some noise if you've heard of Tauri. Okay. I have no idea how much percentage that is, so I'm still going to talk about it. So Tauri is, so everyone knows Electron. Tauri is the same idea. You can build native apps, but instead of using JavaScript in the back end, like an animal, I'm kidding. You use Rust. So what is nice about it is that, first of all, Rust is fast. But also, Rust has a really good integration with your OS, because Rust is a systems-level language. So that means you run, you know what that means. But the point is, it's nice. Also, oh shit, I forgot to make the joke. Thank you all for being here on this beautiful day, the day that Super Mario Wonder comes out. And apparently also Spider-Man, which is the new Barbie Oppenheimer discussion. Also, there is a bigger overlap between JavaScript and Rust than you may think of. Also, actually, last week I was emceeing at Eurorust. I will not do talks about Rust in actual Rust conferences, because they will correct me. But I was emceeing at Eurorust because a lot of my company people were there, and it's not my company. A lot of people from the company I work in were there, and at the same exact day, there was a React conference in Brussels. I'd never even been to Brussels. It's not like the place where everyone goes. It's not London. It's not Paris. Like, how many people have gone to Brussels? And if you're from Belgium, that doesn't count. See, I saw one hand. No one goes to Brussels. But there were two conferences at the exact same time because they thought, the JavaScript ones thought there wouldn't be an overlap. And turns out a lot of people that do Rust came from JavaScript, which is interesting. I don't know what it means, but it's interesting. OK, so now we're going to be live coding because I don't like listening to my own voice for 20 minutes. So we're going to do some live coding. And basically, we're going to make a small, this is my talk.md. There we go. We're going to make a small app that tells you some system information from my computer. Yeah, I mean, that's about it. So I have pretty bare bones Tari app here. I've downloaded a couple of packages for the front end. I've downloaded mostly, like, the thing that's important that I downloaded was, for the front end, I downloaded Mantine UI so that you don't have to look at me writing CSS and stuff doesn't look like crap. And I made some components so that stuff doesn't look like crap. So that it sounds more, like, incredible. They're like, oh, shit, she did that on stage. Yeah. And I downloaded Serde, which, that's for the Rust part. I downloaded two things, sysinfo.rs, which gets info from your computer, and Serde. One easy way to explain Serde is if JSON.parse had superpowers and you could type it. That's Serde, basically. Just imagine everything you have in JavaScript, but with types. But not like TypeScript types, like types that will kill you. TypeScript, there's no any in Rust. You want an any? No. No, seriously, there is none, and sometimes it's very painful. I think there are some cursed ways to do it. So as you can see, or you can't see, wait, how is should I put it bigger? Thanks, okay. Should I put a light theme to scare everyone? Wait, let's go. Color theme, night owl light. There we go. I'm not doing this, I don't hate myself this much. I have self-esteem issues, but they're not that big. Okay, so the only two files that I really need are these two, so I can actually do this. Beautiful. And do a little command plus. There we go. I was just in Belgium. They speak French. In that part. Please don't correct me. I know they speak Dutch as well. Okay, so we have, I actually need to show you the folders. We have mostly two folders. We have a source, and we have a source Tari, which means the source is your JavaScript, and the source Tari is what? Your Tari files, which are Rust files. Rust files end in RS. For the love of God, please install the Rust extension for VS Code. Otherwise, your life will never, just please, for the love of God, for everything. It's the one that tells you all of this stuff, like what are the types that come back and all of that kind of stuff. So if you're going to use Rust, please do that. And yeah, so let's start up this app. So I'm just going to run. Ooh, that is small. And that doesn't do anything. You know what? I'm just going to run yarn Tari dev. I don't need this for anything else. Just pretend you can see it. What does that say? OK, so run yarn Tari dev. Starts your, yes, does yarn dev. Or npm run Tari. I don't care. The point is, it runs, ignore these warnings. I know they're there. It's all a plan. It will come up in the end. Yarn Tari dev will run your dev server on Tari, so the Rust part and the JavaScript part. Cool. So where the hell is my thing? There we go. OK, cool. So now it says, hello, React Advanced. We've done an app. That was the pause for the clapping that no one did. Thank you. Wow, Jesus Christ. You all came from Luton, I see. OK, so it all says, it has to, sorry. My brain went to there was a guy that made a welcome to Luton sign and put it like in an empty field near Heathrow. And I just thought of that. That guy's a fucking hero. I don't think I can curse in Git Nation conferences, and I forgot that. So that says hello React Advanced. That's not very impressive because that's here, right? We all can do this bit of React. OK, but I have a function here, which is getInfo, which will return our info, I promise. And that returns a string that says hello from Rust. And that is the thing that we actually should be returning, right? But we're not. And how do you actually call this? Oh, also, one important thing, main.rs is the same thing as index.js. You can think about it that way. So Rust will look for main.rs. So how do we return this? Also, why the hell do I have to write string from? OK, so there's one. If you're going to do Rust, you need to know that strings are painful. We'll get to that part in a part that's actually kind of just absurd. But strings in Rust are painful. There are like 4 types of strings. And yeah, that's it. Also, writing this is the same thing as writing this. If your last line does not have a semicolon, Rust assumes you're returning it. So, how do we call this? We make a use effect. This is all in honor of Super Mario Wonder. All of these voices. Okay, so I'm going to create a use effect called const. Why am I going to create a hook? Because that's how you hide your shame. Const use info. And whoop, there we go. And I want to call a use effect on the start of it. And I'm going to create a function called getInfo. So const getInfo equals blah, blah, and this needs to be async. There we go. Okay, cool. So how do we actually call Rust functions? And why is there an error in my Rust function? Oh, because I left this. Okay, cool. Okay, how do we actually call Rust functions? So there is a thing called invoke that comes from Tari that you can use to call Rust functions. So all invokes are by default async. So that's why, yeah. So that's why this is, async. So let's first of all create some state. So const info set info equals use state. There we go. And then what I want to do is say, okay, so const a, that's I, whatever, await invoke. So I can import invoke from Tari apps.api. And then there is no autocomplete, actually, so I'm just going to have to come here and see what is the name of the function that I exported. And you can see that by, it says Tari command. So that means that it's a command that I can call in JavaScript. And I'm going to say, okay, invoke system info. And let's console.log. Oh, I called it I for some reason. That makes sense. Why not? Okay. Let's return info, which we're not using, and get info. Cool. That sounds about right. So let me call get info here. And let me now run this every time everything changes. That was not it. How did I do that? That was impressive. Cool. So, oh, there's another difference. It uses Firefox under the hood instead of Chrome. So, and now I actually need to call it here. So const info equals, it's like this. Info equals use info. Did I call it use info? I did. Look at that. Coming up with the same names. And we get a low from Rust. That's cool. Should I return this? Probably. Okay, so I'm going to do set info equals I, and then I can just do this. So instead of saying hello React Advance, I don't know why I put 2. I apologize. How dare I? There's still 2 on this side. Oh, my God. And now it says hello from Rust. Okay, cool. You just ignore all the errors because I have no idea what they are, and we're not talking about them now. I have a purpose, and I'm finishing this. Okay. So there is one thing that is very important to know about Tari, is that everything that comes out of Tari to JavaScript must be serializable. And what I mean by serializable is that you can JSON that parse it, basically. And that is important because of this thing that I installed called Serde, which allows you to create like serializable stuff. So I made some cheats. It's this cheats. Okay, so this is what we're going to be returning. Right, I'm going to first of all comment out this part of the return, but we'll go through this. So this means that it can be serializable, and it will be serializable by Serde, and we're going to return a system. We're going to return the system info that has system on it, which has the name, which is usually like MacBook Pro, blah, blah, blah. Kernel version, it has OS version, and it has a host name. Oh, no, that's the one which we'll find out which one is what. We'll get there. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. So this is what we want to return. And how do you actually specify something that you want to return? So in this case, I'm returning a string, but I want to return a struct, which you can think of it as an interface or a type. I don't actually still know the difference between an interface and a type, and I don't think anyone does. And I will die on this hill. So you just say, like, OK, I want to return a return system. Ooh, no. What did I call it? I want to return system info. OK, so and for that, we first need to get our system info, right? That would be important. So if I save now, I will get an immediate error that's like, girl, that's not a system info. And I'm like, you know what? Fair, it is not. But I'll make it one. OK. So first thing I need to do is actually invoke sysinfo, which is the library that I'm using. And to do that, I say, OK, so let sys equals system, which is already imported. So you can see it here. But if I remove it, this should import it automatically. So if I do system Yeah, yep, it's second one. There we go, that imported it. And you have a start all, new all, one of the above, new all. So you do this, and then you do new all. And what does that do? That instantiates the thing and goes gets. English is not my main language. I'm trying to communicate here. Trust me, if you're not a native English speaker, this works. People feel really bad about making fun of your English. It works so well, too well. New one, that's great. Okay, we have that. Okay, so let's actually get the system info. Okay, so first of all, let's create a variable called system. Why does it let? Because constants are like actually aggressive constants. Like constants have to be defined. If you create a constant, you have to define the type of the constant, and it's a whole mess, and we don't want to do that. So we're using let. So let system is going to be something. It's going to be a return system, which is the thing that we have here, which is going to have all of this stuff. So let's do return system. And this is how you tell it. This is going to be an object, which is a struct of this type, and return it. So now I can do control space option. It's option. Yeah. And I can tell all of the things that are in it. And this says it's an option string. Option string means there may be a string, there may be nothing. There will never be anything else. Trust me, Rust will yell at you if there's something else. Host name, and that is just like, okay, sys.hostname. And that's about it. So that will return the host name, and we can do the same thing for all of them. Kernel version, sys.kernel version. Also, your computer is sys. Now you know. I didn't know. Found this out. Sys.name. And what was the other one that I had? It was OS version, so sys.os version. Cool, so now we have this. Doesn't actually return an error, and we can just return the system info now. So how do we do that? Okay, we say system info, and we return it with the system equal to the system. So it works the same way as JavaScript, in which you don't have, if the key and the value are the same, you don't have to, you just don't have to. You know what I mean. English. Okay, so now, instead of doing this, let me JSON.stringify info, null, 2. Yes, there we go. So now we have the info of my computer, right? So we have a host name, which is, again, MacBook Pro. I did not change the name of this computer, like an idiot. An OS version, I don't know what that means, and the kernel version of my MacBook. I have a MacBook. In case it hadn't been completely obvious by the fact that I've been sharing my screen for the last 10 minutes. Okay, cool. So we have this, and I made some, you know, fancy-ass components. So let's just use the component that I already made, which is called system info, and then in here pass the info.system, and yes, I'm doing this, and then I'm doing this, and then I'm saving, and then there's an error because this is not closed. There we go, and this is not imported. So let me import system info from blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I thought VS Code would import it by itself. System info, and let me do the same thing for this so we don't have to do this in a bit again, because it's awkward. Someone's standing in here, it's very awkward. So yeah, there we go. So we have my computer info with all of that stuff, and the last thing that I want to do, the crème de la crème, that's all my French. That is not even French. That was English with a French accent. Show you my disks. I only have one disk, not what's in my disk. I don't know what the hell that was. Okay. So we have this in every computer, and that returns, okay, so that returns an array, right? And what is an array in Rust? It's a vec. So let's say let's mute, and if you say mute, it means this thing's going to change. Please do not yell at me. Let mute disks equals, okay, so vec like this. This is a macro. It's just a like nicer way of writing vec new. I don't know if you can see my hands. But yeah, so now let's go for each disk. So I'm going to say for disk in sys.disks, I want to do something. And what I want to do is say disks.push. Yes, that is exactly what I want to do. And what do I want to push into it? I want to push a disk. So that's the type, and let's put this here. And I have all of this stuff, right? This makes sense. So I have some sheets for that, because you don't deserve to watch me write that. So that's pretty much all of it, except one, because I think this one is really funny. Okay, y'all gonna love this. Okay, cool. So we need to get the name, right? And you think that would just be like this.name, but I'm gonna show you the beauty of Rust. So if I get this.name, this will actually return something called an OS string, which I can turn into a str, which is not a string, but it's a string slice. So to str, and that will return me an option, which means that it may not be a string, so I need to be aware that they might not exist, so I can't return this. And what I want to do is be like, okay, if this doesn't exist, just ignore it. Just like burn my old app. So I need to unwrap it. And this still returns an str, which then I need to be like, okay, that's cool. And I need to be as string. I think it's as string. No, it's not as string. It continues. It never ends. Oh, it's toString. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, there, right? toString. And now that's a string. And I think, in my country, that's beautiful. This is how we show love in my 50 seconds. Okay, cool. So now I just return the disks, right? That should be okay. Yeah, no errors, cool. And now error shows up. Okay, so that's cool. So let me just do a little pre here. I have bad hearing. I have no idea what that was or if I was supposed to hear it. JSON.stringify info.disks. Is everyone enjoying this? I hope so. Null 2. Okay, cool. Does anyone know what the first null does? And we have 2 disks. And the reason for that, I'm going to show you my disk utility, is because MacBook by default has 2 disks. And one of them isn't a real disk. It's just a partition on your disk. And I don't know why, but Linux does the same thing, so I had a function that just cleans this, because we deserve better. Okay, so I'm going to say set info equal to system, and that is i.system. Oop, no, not like that, boy. i.system. And then I'm just going to say, like, disks equals, I think it's called clean disks. Yeah, it comes from utils. It basically just removes this trash. It's beautiful. I know, I write amazing, amazing functions. i.disks. And this should make the disks, you know, 1 disk. Oh, no, actually, it makes it no disks. That's also an option. Wait, why? Wait, why was that async? That is not, it's a filter function. Okay, I fixed that, so that's good. That was dope. Okay, so I have info.disks, and I have a little like component that does the same thing, so let me just say info.disks. I have 0 seconds. .map, let's speed run this. Okay, okay, there we go. No, I don't need that. I can't speed run it. I'm sorry, I failed you all. And then I need to do, okay, so this is the disk. Close it, and I should have a disk. In here, there we go. I have 59 gigabytes free. Wait. Thank you. Thank you. The creme de la creme now, I have a get info. I'm going to make a button real fast. I'm going to speed run a button that on click, that's not a click. Okay, on click runs get info, right? So what this means is that it will reload all the stuff and get me all the new stuff. Because, beautiful. Did I save? Yes. Okay, cool. It says refresh. Okay, cool. So you probably cannot see this, but this is a very terrible SD card reader because I lost the one that was good that I had. Why is it orange? I don't know. But it has an SD card in it, and an SD card is a removable device that if I mean, everyone knows what an SD card is. So if I plug this little bad boy in here, and it works on my computer, apparently. Okay, let's go. Do the thing. No? Yes, okay. It is from one of my retro handheld consoles. Yeah, I have like 5 of them. We don't talk about it. I'm great with cache. So, but the thing is, it's not showing up in here. So if I refresh now, we have 2 disks, just to make sure that it works. And this one has a little icon on it. I tried to look how to like eject them, and I don't know how. But that's about it, yeah. So with 0.0 seconds to go, I just want to say, if you want to check out the code, it is on that QR code, because QR code's made a comeback. And it is on my GitHub. Please feel free to download it. The code looks better on it, I promise. And yeah, thank you, and have a great day. Should I stay or leave the stage?
Should you stay or should you go? No, please grab a seat. We'll have time for just a few questions. We won't be able to get through all of the questions, but remember, if you have questions, you can also find Sarah at the... now you're going to speak to me in Portuguese. You can find her over downstairs in the speaker Q&A area. All right, let's just jump straight into the questions. So, Rust, this is the first time and the most...
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
There were more questions on there. Really, unfortunately, we couldn't get to all of the questions. But remember to go to the speakers Q&A/discussion room. All right, we are going to have a short class. It's not really a break, it's kind of a transition break. So just in case there is someone who wants to go and check out a talk in the next room, and also to give time for the people in the other track to also come up here to come and check out the talks. So we're gonna leave the stage empty for just a few minutes, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes for the next talk. All right, see you around.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes.
Hello, everyone. Who's ready for patterns for performance? Can I get hands up? Oh, I love it. Thanks for the woos. Okay, amazing. So don't forget, please scan the QR code. Probably will have a lot of questions for the Q&A happening right after the talk. The talk will last for 20 minutes. Oh, wait, I've seen some phones. Cool, we got that. I'm going to move on now. So, introducing the amazing and iconic Stephen Cooper. The talk is all about patterns for performance, and Stephen is a senior developer at AG Grid. Definitely check that out at the sponsors tables. An active blogger writing about web tech, who speaks at conferences and meetups worldwide, sharing practical and experience-based tips, tricks, and case studies. So, if you're watching remotely, please go to the channel QA Piccard track and send us some clap emojis. It makes a big difference. So, Stephen, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so thanks for that introduction. So yeah, I want to talk to you about patterns for performance, because I guess we've already seen some talks today which have been talking about performance, and as a React developer, that is a key thing that a lot of us are always, I guess, important to us, important to our users. So that's why I want to share this with you today. As I do work for AG Grid, there's going to be some grids featured in this talk. So can you see which of these grids is better? We've got the top one where you're resizing and it's, jumping along, or you've got the bottom one where you've got this smooth resizing. So I think it's obvious which ones our users would want to use and which you would want to work with. And so this is something we're going to dive into and say how we solved this issue. So as you already know, I work at AG Grid, and our mission is to create the best JavaScript or React data table in the world. So, we've got a free version, we've got enterprise versions, so do come and find out more about this, because we think it's a brilliant product and it's getting better, and we are really heavily investing in our React component. So we hope you can try it out. But that's enough about AG Grid. You want to know about performance. So to I guess, give us a story for this talk, we want to have this reconstruction where a user has started using AG Grid, very old version, which doesn't have this issue anymore. And they said, when I use this custom component, the grid does this really slow resizing. So we think, oh, okay. But they also say, well, it's when they're using a custom cell renderer. So just to give you, I guess, the background you need, custom cell renderers are a way for you as a React developer to give our grid a functional component or a class component and say, render this within every cell. So here we've got a weather table where instead of numbers, you've got pictograms based on how many days of sunshine. And that would be your own React component. So in the use case we've got, they're displaying a total. So they might have a renderer like this, where in the body of their renderer, they've got some really complex logic, which is really slow, and then they're just returning a value. I mean, this isn't going to be slow, but just go with me, and hopefully it will demonstrate what we're trying to show here. And then to use this cell renderer, they pass it to the grid in this way. They'll define it on their column saying, well, actually render this with my renderer, and pass it to the AG grid component. So we'll come back to this stage and we think, okay, how are we going to resolve this issue? Because we haven't noticed it yet. If we want to diagnose why it's slow, we need to just take a step back and think, well, in the normal case, when it works fast, how does the grid behave in that situation? So we take a benchmark. This is the standard grid, no cell renderers, and it resizes really smoothly. We're going to use the React DevTools profiler, and we'll profile it, and we get something like this. So while we're resizing the column, we've got 254 renders going on. So, that is a lot of renders, but they're really fast renders. So that's why you're not really seeing any, slowdown despite the fact that there's that many renders. So it's not always more renders is bad. It's also, well, how slow are those renders? Because React is fast. React can render a lot of times without your user and your application slowing down. So now let's go back to the user's case where they do have this issue. And we'll do the same thing. See, now we've got less renders, but each of these renderers, instead of being less than a millisecond, are now, what does it say, 28.9 milliseconds to render that total renderer. And each one of these is now blocking the main thread. So React, in this same time period where we're pulling the icon to resize, is only able to render it 10 times. And so that's what's giving us this, jump, 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 because the browser isn't able to repaint enough times to keep up with it. So why is it slow? Well, the cell component, it re-renders many times. And we saw that even without our custom renderer, that was still rendering a lot, but it was rendering fast. You introduce this total renderer, which is a child, so that's also being rendered a lot, but then it has an expensive render, which is now blocking the main thread. And so instead of all the fast renders, we've now got some slow ones, which is causing this behavior. So why is it rendering so much? Well, so in the initial implementation, we had this. So the cell component had a state for the width. And so it was listening to this callback from our controller saying whenever the width changed, so when it's being dragged, it would call set width and set the state, and then React would re-render. So it's the standard kind of pattern of state re-render. And I think the talk 2 times before was, also running into kind of these issues of how do we escape this pattern. Simple solution, memo. Memo lets us skip re-rendering the child component. So we can update our code like this. So instead of passing the value renderer directly in, we wrap it in memo, pass it to the cell renderer, and that takes us back to, the fast rendering. Now, if I stop there, that would be a very short talk, and I'm sure nothing new. But can we do better than memo? So let's profile it again, but now with the Chrome DevTools. So it seems like it's working fine, but if we take a closer look, when we're resizing, we'll see something like this. So there's lots and lots of these different actions where it's re-rendering as we're changing the side. And in total, it's about 81 milliseconds of scripting. And if we zoom in to each one of those spikes, what we can see is we've got AG grid code followed by some React code. And this is using the dev mode to give us slightly nicer, names so we can see what React is doing. But what you can see is we've got AG grid doing something, it's painting, and then we've got React doing something. So this is AG grid says this is what the width should be, and then we tell React, and then React takes that, re-renders, and does all this extra work. So memo is still going to be running comparison code, and the cell comp is still rendering. So even though we've stopped the child component re-rendering, which was the blocker, we're still actually doing potentially more work than we need to do. What if we don't re-render at all? So, and this is where it takes sometimes to look at our application code and think, well, what is actually changing here? Because if we look at this line of code, the only thing that the width is changing is the style property. So we're not actually making any structural changes to the DOM. So like when we see this, we think, well, actually, maybe I don't need this in a state hook. Maybe I can actually do this myself. I can access the DOM, and I can change the style property. So how do we get the reference to the div? Well, you can use a ref, and you can set it on the ref, and we know that that's going to give us a reference to that DOM element, which we are then able to interact with. So then within our callback, we can use this effect to set up it on a init, and we directly change the DOM style. So we get the so ref, get the current one, and then for that style property, we're now changing the width. And this is going to have exactly the same impact on our component as what React would eventually do after it had rendered, worked out what had changed, and produced the new output. So we can just skip all of that and say, well, actually, the only thing which is changing is this. I'm going to surgically change it myself. And now if we reprofile it again with this change, we're down to 31 milliseconds. So it's a massive drop because we've just said, well, I know what I'm doing. Let me do it myself, use the browser reference in the way that we can do. So now when you're resizing, we've just got AG grid code and the browser is repainting. So I think this is something which we do need to remember. We're working in React, but we're also working in the browser. And the browser has tools and ways for us to update things that we can use to good effect. And so this is like one example of where we can do that. And so we've gone from this with React Memo into the direct style update, which is giving us a much better user experience. And also, something to note here is that it's not only a better user experience if the user has remembered to use Memo. This is now also going to work if the user hasn't, the developer hasn't wrapped their component in Memo. So we've enabled our grid to be much more robust to however it's being configured. And that's something which is important because even if developers are making suboptimal choices, as an application library, we want to try and give them the best opportunity for our product still to work as fast as it can do. But we need to be careful. The code which we've shown so far actually has a pretty big bug. I don't know if anyone has any idea what that might be, but we'll see this. So we made these changes, but then suddenly the columns start flickering into place. So you load up your grid, and you can see all of them are overlined over the first one. So what's happening now is that we're using an effect. And an effect is run asynchronously after the browser has painted. So what we've got here is React is rendering all our columns, painting them to the browser, and then it's running the effect, which is then coming in and changing the style directly, which is why we've got columns all in one place, and then suddenly they jump. So we don't want this, because this is even worse. So how can we set this initial width then? Because you can't just put it in a state and then have your direct style manipulation, because the next time it renders, whatever was in the state value is going to override what you've done. So you're going to have to work out, well, which one should I be reading and what's the source of truth? But we've got these two alternative approaches. So the first is use layout effect, and then a use ref as a callback. So I love this. When I took this snapshot from the docs, it was like, oh, okay. So there's this pitfall. Use layout effect can hurt performance, but we're actually using it to improve the performance of our application. So you've got to kind of dig into, well, why could this hurt performance, but why in this use case is it actually helping us to have a better performance in our app? And so the key difference here is that use layout effect, it's like use effect, but it fires before the browser repaints the screen, and it's synchronous. So any code you put in a use layout effect is going to block the browser painting. So this is why it can be a pitfall. So if you do have some expensive code put in there, it's going to delay the time that the browser gets to repaint. Don't know if I'm making that sense. which is why most of the time it says, use an effect, because the side effects, they might be heavy. And so, yeah, you want the browser to paint, and then you run those. You don't want to have to block that painting. But so we make this simple change. We swap use effect for use layout effect. We don't have to change anything else. And now this code is running synchronously. So the width is applied before the column is rendered, so we don't get this jump. So this fixes it. So that's a viable solution for it. But there's some potential downsides, and that's the use layout effect. It's going to be run no matter whether this cell is mounted in the DOM or not. So it could be conditionally rendered, but the logic in this use layout effect, because it's dependent on the component itself. If I go back, you see it's got this, the empty dependency array. So whenever this component is first rendered, this code is going to run. So if there is something in there, that's slightly expensive, it's going to be run every single time. And also it runs twice in strict mode, which can then mean you have to take other actions. And there's a good blog post here from Dominic about avoiding effects with callback refs. And so this is then a pattern which I think is an even better approach to solving this problem. So we're all probably very used to having use ref in our code, where you define the ref and then you pass it to the div element, and then you know that that ref is going to be defined. But if we inspect the type of that closely, there's also a callback. So we can actually give this a function. So we define a ref as usual, because we still want to be able to reference our div element for the cell. But then we define a callback. So we're going to say setRef. And this callback will receive a reference to the div or null. And you pass that callback to the ref. And the nice thing about this is that this callback is only going to get run when this specific div element is mounted. So if things are conditionally rendered, the code that you set up in your callback for this reference is only going to run when the div is actually mounted. And then you can get null, because React will call this again when that element is unmounted. Now, it's crucial that you wrap this in a use callback, because if you don't, then on every render, this React will recall it with a new ref. So the callback there is essential. So then if we come back and update our code for our cell reference, it will look something like this. We define our reference, and we set up this callback. And now within this callback, we do the same code where we listen to our cell controller for the width changes and apply the style directly. And this now runs synchronously to start with, and then also enables us to update the width dynamically or directly without causing any renders. So I think I ran through these. You call it ref with the elements be mounted. It's going to be called again when it's unmounted. Runs synchronously, which is key for us, and it only runs once, so you can avoid some of the strict mode logic if you need to. So the final result is, no matter what the user passes in or the developer passes in, we are now guarded against slow renders, because we don't need to re-render when we're just changing the width of this column. So we've got 2 renders here instead of 254, which I think is a pretty big win. But some takeaways as I finish here. So React is fast. You don't have to prematurely optimize everything. So do wait until you have a performance issue before you start adding this complexity into your app. As we saw, Memo is likely good enough, but with AGGrid, we wanted to push it to the limit. We wanted to ensure that, no matter how much data users put into our grid, we wanted to make sure the grid still performed. Because after all, that's why people are choosing to use AGGrid. So we need to make it as fast as we could. And taking direct control, it can lead to these performance gains, but make sure you use the right tool, as we looked at the different approaches to use the reference so that you don't end up introducing new bugs into your code. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you so much. It's now time for the Q&A portion. So, we get the questions. Okay. So, let's start with this one. some tech support, please. Our AG Grid license has spaces in it, something like my company. This prevents us from adding it in the .m file. We would like to hide it from Copilot.
Okay, yeah. As in, you've got a license, so send a support ticket and we'll look into that for you.
Nice one, on to the next. Does this apply to React in general or only for AG Grid specific use case? We don't use AG Grid.
Yeah, no, as in the code that I've shown is just all React specific.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
and gluten-free options available. Make sure to ask for them if you don't see them right away. And very important, if you have any other allergy and if you informed about them in the registration form, please ask the waiters for your meal and they'll bring it over to you.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry.
What a wonderful day of content, Martin. Good day, right?
Yeah, learned a lot and super happy to be able to come to these events and like for free even. Super nice. So if you want to do something free, get your MC gig on.
For sure, for sure. Well, those of you at home, thank you for being with us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for participating in all of the discussion and the speaker rooms. And also, not only thank you to you, but we also want to say a big thank you to our sponsors for all of the great support of the React community and for supporting our conference.
And of course, I want to thank Git Nation. They have been organizing this event for, I think, 5 or 6 years now, and it's always a blast. So thanks a lot. And talking about Git Nation, you can go to the portal from Git Nation at portal.gitnation.org to check out all the events they are organizing all across, well, Europe, but also across the world right now, actually. Because, well, React Summit US is coming up in a few weeks, where I'm also going to be. So I hope to see some of you there.
Nice, nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in on you, but I know that people are excited to go to that event in the US. And also, if you want, you can get the Git Nation conference multipass, so you can get access not to just this one, not just the US one, but all of the amazing Git Nation conferences.
Yep. So once again, I want to ask for your feedback, either positive or negative feedback. We want to know what you thought of this day. So be sure to go to reactadvanced.com/feedback and let us know how you liked the day.
And also, go and open your calendars and save these dates. June 14th and 18th of 2024, we will be in Amsterdam for React Summit. I can't wait. Metin, will you be there?
Probably. No teasers. But probably I'm also going to be at JS Nation. Oh, now I've spoiled it. JS Nation is coming up on June 19th, also in Amsterdam, in the same venue as React Summit. So you can go to both conferences like back to back and have an amazing week of learning. And yeah, that's all we have to say for today. So we are going to close off for today and call it a day. We're here in London, going to have some drinks, some food, and talk with each other about how it all went. I hope you all are going to have a lovely time at home, and see you all on Monday next week.
Yeah, we'll be back on Monday for day 2 of the React Advanced Conference. See you there.
Bye-bye.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful,